for some more big, juicy Wyatt 6 type theories, and nothing came through. We just didn't really have anything. Just a few little bits, really. I think the video that we put out the other day was really good. I think we're having really good success at the moment with the Wyatt 6 videos, in the sense of I'm putting them out and then there's really not much after that I can add. It means everything's pretty much in there. So I always love that, though, because there's nothing more frustrating than putting a video out and then someone shares a massive theory or something that really changes the direction of a video that you've just done. So that's one of the worst things that can happen. So the fact that we've been able to put videos out, and the fact that I've not had much follow-up after, has been, for me, a positive. I'm sure you lot have been waiting for another video, but if there's just nothing there, then I'm not going to waste your time, right? There is a video's worth of stuff now, easy, because, of course, we've had another Wyatt 6 tweet today, and we've had Nikki Cross tweet out. So there is more that can be added to the conversation. So definitely I could do a video right now. It doesn't make sense to do that when we're going to do a video after SmackDown anyway, so I'm just going to bundle it all together and put it all in the same video. So yeah, really excited for SmackDown, really excited for the video after SmackDown. And then, of course, tomorrow we've got a big boxing stream, so very much looking forward to that. Blaine, shout out to you. Blaine was asking earlier for a shout out, which I'm more than happy to do. So Blaine, shout out to you, but I hope you are excited for SmackDown as well. And with that being said, we can jump over to this screen. If we ping that on, put on our capture. Need to move some of these paperworks out of the way. This is all my notes for tomorrow. All my notes for the boxing. So, right, let's go over here and let's have a look, shall we, at SmackDown. So this is what they've got for us today. So we've got watch the intense exchange between Cody Rhodes and Roman Reigns in its entirety after... Okay, that seems to be okay. Is that holding? Okay. That seems to be okay. I'll try and keep an eye on it. Looks like it was just, we were maybe asking a little bit too much of it, which is a real shame, actually, because it's been really good recently. So I don't know why that would now become an issue. I'll keep an eye on that. Okay, let's go back over, shall we, to the breakdown. And I'll try and keep my eye on that. So here we've got, as we said, Cody and Roman. They are two of WWE's biggest superstars. They are meeting at Georgia Tech. That's going to be interesting. Feels like they're meeting up at a venue to try and get onto the same page. So I'm very interested to see how that goes, right? Then we've got Bayley and Naomi. They are obviously going to be taking on Nia and Tiffany. This thing is so flipping complicated. Like, if you get the pin, you get a title opportunity, but we don't think that counts if Tiffany gets it. If you lose, if you are the one that's pinned, then you're out of SmackDown. But apparently the official preview doesn't mention that anymore. And if Tiffany is pinned, we don't think it counts for her. We don't know what will happen if Tiffany pins Bayley. We think Bayley goes to Raw or leaves SmackDown. Tiffany wouldn't get the title shot. And we don't know what would happen with Nia. Like, we don't know who she would defend against. So, I mean, the whole thing is just flipping. I hate it, man. It's one of my least favorite matches of the year, this. Because it's so unnecessarily complicated. I don't know why they haven't just done Bayley versus Naomi. Winner gets the title opportunity. Done. Loser leaves SmackDown. If that's what you want. If you want loser leave SmackDown, do loser leave SmackDown. Winner gets the title opportunity. Bayley versus Naomi. Everyone knows the situation. We know what's happening, but we're not doing that. We're doing some tag match, which has now been made into a tornado tag match because WWE have come to realize that in a normal match, you could have Naomi in the ring, and why would she ever want to tag out? Why would she want to tag out? Because she's going to want to get the victory so she gets the title opportunity. So WWE have realized that a tag match was a bit stupid. So now they've turned it into a tornado tag match. So listen, I could rant on this match. I'm not going to keep ranting about it. I flipping hate it. It's happening. Let's just get it done, right? And I know, like, people will say, yeah, but maybe they'll both pin someone and they'll both get the title opportunity. Well, you could have done that in Bayley versus Naomi and had a double count out, right? You could have found a way of that match being a draw or a no contest, and then that leads us to a triple threat, right? So we didn't have to do this if the end result is going to be that Bayley and Naomi both get a title opportunity. We could have still done Bayley versus Naomi, but again, I'm shutting up. LA Knight is taking on Andrade for the United States title. Obviously, we're expecting Carmelo to get involved in that. And then we got Giovanni Vinci. He is going to have a shot at Apollo Crews. And we know how that went last time. It was a shock, quick victory for Apollo Crews. So quite an interesting lineup here. Obviously, no mention of the Wyatt Six. And I am interested to see how the Wyatt Six are going to make their presence felt. Is it going to be more Pluto symbols in the background? I'm certainly expecting that, you know. I mean, I'm not expecting the Wyatt Six themselves, but I am expecting us to see more Pluto symbols, because we got 2 last week, and it does feel like the Wyatt Six are starting to increase the amount of kind of presence on SmackDown. It feels like, just activity-wise, things have been turned up. Like, we got a QR code on Monday. Haven't had one of them in ages, right? Haven't had one of them in ages. So we got a QR code on Monday. We got... There's just loads. There's, like, obviously a couple of tweets that have come out. There's obviously Nikki Cross that's sending messages out. We've had Joe Gacy putting out like a little message as well. Like, there's just been a lot of activity, and this is on top of 2 Pluto symbols last Friday on SmackDown. So I think we see something. I don't know if it's leading towards the Wyatt Six coming over to SmackDown, but I think we see something. But I'm thinking it's probably going to be a Pluto symbol rather than the Wyatt Six showing up tonight. So no mention of them. Of course, there wouldn't. They're technically Raw superstars. But I still expect something. Probably a Pluto. Giovanni, that'll be interesting. Let's see if he can get the win back. LA Knight Andrade, it's for a title, but I don't expect that title to change hands. Bayley, Naomi, Nia, Tiffany, let's just get it done. Let's just get it done, then we can all move on with our lives. Then we've got Cody and Roman in that little segment. So, listen, any show that's going to have Cody and Roman on it is going to be very interesting. Any show that's going to have both of them on is obviously going to be noteworthy and newsworthy. So, very interested to see how that segment goes. No word on what the Bloodline are going to be doing. But I'm, again, expecting some sort of vignette from them. Brony said, what are the thoughts on Cody being on Roman's team for War Games? I think that's terrible. No, I wouldn't do that personally. I don't know if there's any rumors of that, but I personally wouldn't do that. I think that Roman and Cody, I mean, for me, Cody doesn't need to be a part of this Bloodline story, because he's been a big part of this Bloodline story. And I'm very much interested now in moving him away from this. I don't think this is his fight, really. I think that he's kind of got dragged into it. But if he was to walk away now, I'm pretty sure he'd be left alone. Because now that Roman's back, the new Bloodline have got Roman in their sights. So, you know, it's one of those situations where I can understand why they're teaming up. You know, Cody came out last week and got attacked. And so, you know, it was kind of, right, this is still a problem for me. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. That's the kind of situation that we're dealing with. This is Cody basically saying, that's, you know, I've got a problem here. This guy's got a problem with them as well. Let's team up to take them. I don't like him. He don't like me. But we both hate them more. So I get it. I wasn't a fan of how we got there. But I get why they're teaming up. But I don't think this needs to be a long-term thing. I think once this match is done, hopefully Cody is out, because I don't think Cody needs to be a part of this personally. I'd be much more interested in Cody having like a separate story. We do the Bloodline story with Roman and Jay and Jimmy and hopefully Sammy coming over and Hikuleo coming in and all of that stuff. We do all of that. And then Cody and the title is like a whole separate thing with separate story. I wouldn't put all my eggs into that same basket. So hopefully this is one and done. If it's not a massive problem. I wouldn't say it's like end of the world stuff like, oh my God, this is going to suck. But it's just not what I'd be looking for. So I agree, not the direction I would go. Tyler said, Daze, I hope you're doing well. Hope you enjoy the show tonight. Same here, bud. Same here. Maths and Makeup. I thought your name was Meth and Makeup, said Kim's Chain. Hello, Kim's Chains. Hope you're well. Sandra said, Daze, what do we think about SmackDown going to 3 hours? Well, I like it because for me, longer shows are obviously not a problem because we do live streams. So longer shows is going to give us more talking time to stream. Hopefully that means more people will join us. So from a YouTube perspective, from a what we do kind of perspective, that's good news for me. Just like how 3 hour Raws are good news for me. Because that surely means more people will find us and join us, and more conversations, more talking points, maybe more reaction videos. I don't know. Just the more content that WWE put out, the more there is for us to talk about and cover. So all of that is good. I suppose the bad side is I don't think it will make the show better. I mean, I would much rather, if I was just talking with my fan hat on, I would much rather 2 hour Raws and 2 hour SmackDowns. Because I know that there was a bit of a, when Raw got announced as going to 2 hours. Some places like, I saw Brian Alvarez was celebrating. And I must admit, like, my first reaction was, okay, goods, when I heard about Raw going to 2 hours. Because the reason that I had that reaction is because for years, a long time, we sat here saying we wish Raw was 2 hours. Like, we've done that. You will easily find footage of me saying that. Saying, I wish Raw was 2 hours. I would be a hypocrite if I was to now turn around and act disappointed that they're now making it 2 hours. Of course, things change, and the show has got drastically better. When we were saying that we wished Raw was 2 hours, that was back in, I don't know, 2020, 2019, 2020, 2021, maybe even parts of 2022. Maybe even you'll find something in 2023. But I don't remember us saying it in 2024. In 2024, Raw has consistently been the best show. And we've been really enjoying it. And it has not been a challenge to watch 3 hours of Raw. So it's funny that the show, I mean, it's Sod's Law, isn't it? It's just the way it works. The show gets good, and then they decide to go, do you know what? Let's take it to 2 hours. I mean, obviously it wasn't a decision that they made. It's circumstance. It's because of a bit of a mishap, really, where their contract comes to an end on USA, but it doesn't start on Netflix yet. So you've got this gap, and so they've extended, but they've only been able to extend for 2 hours rather than 3. So it's one of those. It's just a situation, really. It's not a choice that they would have wanted. So it's going to 2 hours temporarily. A word on the street is it'll go back to 3 when it goes to Netflix. But for me, 2 hour Raw was what I was asking for years, and now we've got it just at the time where I'm no longer asking for it. And in regards to SmackDown, I've never asked for SmackDown to go to 3 hours. Like, for me, 2 hour SmackDowns consistently were the better show. And then Sod's Law, I mean, it's just Sod's Law, isn't it? It's Sod's Law that this year, SmackDown, since Roman went at WrestleMania, SmackDown has been the weaker show. And now they've decided now is the time we're going to make it 3 hours. I mean, it's just the timing of this could not be worse. When we were asking for Raw to go to 2, they didn't do it. Now we like it at 3, it's going to 2. SmackDown was cooking when we had Roman on there and we were building to WrestleMania 39, build into WrestleMania 4. We would have took 3 hours then. No problem. Now, this year, it's probably had its worst year. And now they're taking it to 3 hours. So it's just Sud's Law how it kind of works. So my feelings are, just give me whatever. I've given up. Just give me whatever. I'll watch whatever. I'm not going to worry about if the shows are going to be good or if they're going to be bad. My fan hat says give me 2-hour shows, because consistently I've seen that you can book 2 hours, but the third hour consistently is a bit of a struggle. So give me 2-hour shows. But as a YouTuber and someone that does watch-alongs and someone that loves talking points and, you know, puts out reaction videos and all that kind of stuff, more content from WWE is always going to be a positive. So there's an answer in there somewhere. My answer is I'm going to take whatever I get. And I'm not going to worry too much about it. But the fan in me would rather they be 2-hour shows. James said, Daze, they probably only gone the Cody route because Jimmy can't return for whatever reason. Plus, SmackDown is 3 hours and it's temporary from January to June. Yes. Thank you. In regards to Cody, I haven't actually seen anything that confirms that Cody is going to be a part of the group. If people have seen that, feel free to tag me in it, because I've not seen anything that is... Yeah, I've not seen anything that is confirming that like Cody's going to be part of Roman's team for Survivor Series. So if anyone's got that, feel free to tag me in it. If that's the case, then that's fine. As I said, I'm not down on it. I'm not. It's not something that's going to be like a deal breaker, like, oh, this story sucks or anything like that. I'm sure they can still make the story great. And actually, coming out of it might be the Rock Cody feud. You know, if Cody is going to be involved in the Bloodline at Survivor Series, then that'll be a real easy way, won't it, for The Rock to come back and say, why are you sticking your nose in family business? And then that'll pivot to Cody Rock as we build to WrestleMania 41. So, yeah, I'm honestly, I'm okay with it, but it's not my first choice. I feel like I've seen Cody Bloodline enough. And I know that this is a different variation because all of a sudden now Roman's on the good side, but I'd much rather this be a family issue that family deal with, you know. And I don't mind Sammy being involved because he was such a big part of the Bloodline that for me, like, I'm not really looking for Cody to be involved. But that's just me. That's just preference. We'll see. As James said, maybe it's not the road they were going to go down, but they went down it because I don't know what's going on with Jimmy. If you want to talk about the Jimmy situation, Rikishi obviously scared everyone. Sean Ross Sapp came out and went, we've spoke to WWE. They don't know anything about a problem. Then someone, which apparently was a fake account, pretended to be Rikishi's son and put a post out saying, like, please pray for Jimmy. And that caused a lot of concern. But apparently it was a fake account. It wasn't real. So, yeah, I don't know. I don't know what the situation is. I don't know what we're looking at in regards to Jimmy. Right now, I think everything's okay. I think everything's okay. Again, if anyone's seen any more of an update, feel free to let me know. But there was a quote going around which I saw people saying looked like it was a fake quote from the family on Instagram. So I don't know what the situation is there. Rikishi certainly scared the hell out of everyone, but the fact that Sean Ross Sapp reached out to WWE and they said, no, we don't know anything. They could be covering up, of course. They could be covering, but we know like how the Brody situation played out in AEW. No one said anything. And then, of course, the news came out that there was some. So certainly it's still a situation that I'm looking at. Certainly a situation I don't feel 100% comfortable with yet. But we do also know that Rikishi does that kind of stuff as well. You know, Rikishi is always creating a buzz. You know, he's always talking about other family members or, you know, giving his thoughts on current storylines being spoken about. And certainly he got Jimmy spoken about. I mean, it's not the way that you should really go about it, by scaring everyone thinking that Jimmy's got something seriously wrong with him. Like, there's a way of generating buzz, and then there's a bad way of generating buzz, and that, you know, is a real bad way of doing it, because you're just ruining your reputation, really. Rikishi is kind of crying wolf a little bit there, in the sense of he's making out there's a big problem, everyone's panicking. If it turns out there's not... don't know why. Don't know why. Dying? Edward said, Daze, I've emailed you. I turn 20 next Thursday. Well, happy birthday, Edward. I hope you have a good day, bud. Little bit of lag. Oh, no, the lag looks okay. I don't think there's lag, Darwin. Or certainly nothing that's saying there's any drop frames. Ellen said, they are advertising Jay for episodes of Raw for the rest of the year, so he might not join the Bloodline. I heard that it could be Cody, Randy, Roman, and Kevin against the new Bloodline. Where did you hear that? Was it a good source? Where did you hear it? Lisa said, your potentially favourite tag team in the world, that is Penta and Phoenix, have signed a multi-year deal. How do you think they will get on at WWE? Well, do you know what? I can't stand them. I really don't like the Lucha Bros. The reason why I say that is because I actually used them as an example as to why I wasn't enjoying AEW. For me, the Lucha Bros do a lot of flips, and they do a lot of eye-catching stuff that I think will play well on social media, just like how Ricochet plays well, or played well on social media, because he can do all this eye-catching stuff. But for me, they don't sell anything. So they do all this stuff, and they have this match, and then moments later they can get smacked, they can get knocked down. They seem to be as fresh at the end of a match as they are at the beginning. They don't show any damage. They don't kind of tell a story. It's just, hey, look at these moves we can do. Like, they can do all these impressive moves, but nothing means anything. I mean, I can watch them do some of the most mind-blowing moves I've ever seen, and the match can still continue 10 minutes after. I mean, I can see them doing, like, vertebreakers, and I can see them doing poison ranas, and I can see them doing these amazing tag team moves, which, honestly, should put people away. Like, it should be that's it, the match is done, but the matches just keep going. They just keep going. Nothing they do has an impact. Nothing they do means anything. Like, I'm not, honestly, I've seen them against the Young Bucks, and I've got so bored during those matches. And I'm not being a hater. I've said at the time they were a reason as to why I stopped watching. Not the reason, but a reason. Because I'm not interested in watching a match that just keeps going and going and going and going and going, move after move after move. It felt at times when I was watching Lucha Bros versus Young Bucks, like it was, let's try and do every move that's ever been invented, and we'll just end after half an hour. Like, well, that was it really. It wasn't dramatic. I wasn't on the edge of my seat. I didn't feel like I was on a journey. I didn't feel like I was being told a story. I understand that it's a different style of wrestling. I understand that. But honestly, I don't feel excited for this at all. I don't know if WWE are going to try and change their style a little bit. I don't know if they're going to try and tweak it a little bit. I don't know if they're going to try and go, yeah, that's not going to quite fly here. What I do know is I am not someone that has double standards, or at least I don't believe I do. If I do, then I don't know that I do, right? I'm not going to criticize them in AEW, then see them come over to WWE and then start praising them, right? I'm not going to watch them do the same thing in WWE and tell you something different, right? I'm going to tell you the exact same thing I told you when they were in AEW, and that is that I just don't think that their matches are interesting. The only thing interesting about them is the amazing moves that they can do. But to me, moves are a little bit like notes in a song. That's the way I would describe it, right? So if you can do a move, then that's the same as you being able to play a chord or being able to play a note. What you want to do is you want to put those moves together. You want to space them out correctly. You want it to tell a story or play a song, right? And hopefully the piece is going to be satisfying, right? You wouldn't just play D, A, G, D, G, B, like, I'm going to do this, and I can do this, 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 I can do this. That ain't going to create a good song. That ain't creating a good song. If you just go in, I can do B minor, I can do C, I can do C sharp, I can do A minor, I can do A, I can do D, I can do G, I can do E7, I can do C7, I can do this, I can do that. To me, that's the Lucha Bros. That's the Lucha Bros. I can do this, 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 I can do this. It's going to play so well on social media because you just take those moments of them doing like amazing tandem, like tag team work. You just take one of those, put it on social media, people will be like, my God, they're amazing. Look at what they can do. Aren't they amazing? No, they can do moves. But that's not a wrestling match. Being able to do different moves doesn't make you good at wrestling. It's how you use those moves. You know, this is why Jake the Snake's DDT was one of the most beloved finishing moves, because when he hit it, you didn't get up from it. And people knew that that was a deadly move. If you look at the DDT, and you compare it to what people do today, what people do today is so much bigger and so much more elaborate. A DDT ain't finishing anyone. But back in the day, it did. Back in the day, it was Jake the Snake's finisher. And people loved it. They were chanting for it like you would chant for an RKO, right? DDT, DDT, Imagine that. Imagine a DDT being chanted for now, right? In 2024. It's because moves have got so much bigger and everything, but it's how you treat those moves that matters, because he protected the DDT. If you got hit with it, you were done. You were dead, and everyone knew it. So that was your finisher that put people away. So it was like an RKO. As soon as you hit it, you know that people are done, people are dead. So to me, you don't need these massive moves. You don't need them when it's about how you treat them, because even a move as small as the DDT, which I would say is, you know, you see it in pretty much every match now, but even a move that small, if it's treated right, you can have the crowd chanting for it, and it means something, and it matters. So how do I think they'll do? I think they'll do well, because we live in a world where you can show people a shiny object and they will be amazed by it. You can show people something impressive and they will be impressed. But for me, I've seen enough of their matches in AEW to know that there's nothing below that. It's all sparkle, but there's no substance. I mean, sure, someone might be able to find me a matching that delivered. Right, I never saw one in AEW. Maybe their stuff was better in Mexico. Perhaps, you know, when they were wrestling in Mexico, it was more satisfying. But I saw their matches with the Young Bucks, which I think Dave Meltzer was giving like 5 stars, 5.5 stars to. I mean, these were matches that people were saying were amazing. To me, it was just move, 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 move. Same with playing on a guitar. No, 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 no. Didn't make for a satisfying song, and it didn't make for a satisfying match. So that's me. That's my opinion. People are going to be different out there. People are going to say that they're amazing. There's so much excitement around them coming in. But yeah, not a group that I'm excited for. And I would be a hypocrite if I said different, because I sat here and said that exact thing during the AEW streams. So if I now change my tune and say, oh, no, I'm super excited, this is going to be amazing, like, oh, that's a big loss for AEW. First of all, it ain't a loss for AEW, right? The Lucha Bros ain't bringing people and putting, like, you know, ain't bringing people to the shows. So it ain't a loss to AEW. Maybe Phoenix is a bit of a loss because I think he's 33. So if he had gone solo and they had built him up to be their Rey Mysterio, right, then I think, you know, that could be seen as a loss. I think Penta's 39, knocking on the door of 40. So I do question how long Penta's going to have, because he's put his body through a lot. I mean, those moves are, do you know what I mean, high risk. And I'm not sure what his injuries are like, but I definitely think that he is someone that's, you know, took a few knocks. So I think kids are going to really enjoy them because it's going to be really eye-catching. I think if you are someone that has followed them in AEW and you enjoyed their work, I think you're going to enjoy them. I think WWE are very good at presenting and putting the machine behind people. But for me, I have the ability to think for myself. Like, I'm not going to be pressured into just following or like going along with the narrative. Like, WWE can tell me they're the greatest tag team of all time. They can tell me they're the greatest free agents. They can tell me all this stuff, but I've got the ability to watch matches and make my own mind up as to whether I believe what I'm being told. And honestly, I just don't rate them. I just don't rate them. I just think that they need to get better at like really telling stories and actually really selling. Like their selling is just not nowhere near good enough, or at least it wasn't. Maybe it's got better. I haven't seen them in a long time. I don't remember them being used much at the end of 2023, to be honest. So it's probably a good 12 months or so since I've seen them. So who knows? You know, things might have changed in that time. But considering Penta is like 39 going on 40, I'm not sure that I've got high hopes that anything's going to change there. So to summarize, in answer to your question, I think they will do well. I think that people are going to rate them. I think people are going to enjoy the clips that get put out on social media. I think that they are going to be a success, right? I don't have any doubts about that. But those are my concerns. That's what I'm looking at. That's why I don't enjoy them. And that's why I'm not excited about them coming in at all. I'm hoping that Phoenix as a solo star might have potential. At the age of 33, working with Rey Mysterio and like being in that system, I'm hoping that he might be someone that really like kicks on, you know? And what I would be looking for is for it to be like that the moves matter. You know, rather than hitting a million moves, hit less. Make them matter more. Sell a bit more. Tell a bit more of a story in the match, like dig deep and make me root for you. Rather than, you know, something happens and then moments later you're just carrying on like nothing had happened. And that is kind of my experience with them. So, yeah, not a big fan, but they're apparently signed. They're on the way, going straight to the main roster, which has shocked me as well when you consider all the people that have had to go to NXT first. And NXT really feels like WWE's welcome center. It's very, very, very rare for people to go straight to the main roster. I mean, you can probably count on one hand the amount of times that has happened. It's very, very rare in recent years. And actually, Triple H, I think, had made a comment not long ago that they're trying to get the whole roster to have gone through NXT first. Like, it's something they specifically try to do. So the fact these are coming in and bypassing that does make me wonder if that was something they requested. Like, I don't know if like Penta maybe said, look, I'm getting on a bit. I don't want to spend like 12 months in NXT because I don't know how much longer I'm going to have. Like, I'll join you, but I want to go to the main roster first. And maybe that was part of the negotiations. Or maybe like they've got a plan to put them with Rey. I don't know. It's very strange. Very, very strange. So I don't know when they come in. We'll have to keep our eyes peeled. But I'm not expecting them anytime soon, to be honest. Superman Bass Fisher, shout out to you, said that describes 100% of Young Bucks matches. Well, I mean, that would be my criticism. I would say the exact same if the Young Bucks come in. I would say the exact same thing. I remember specifically a match which I think was in a cage. And I remember the Young Bucks having some trainers, Dior trainers. And I think, was there a super kick that had pins at the bottom of the trainers? Like, they did a super kick, and it turns out the trainers had these pins on them. And I just remember watching that match, and, I don't want to keep moaning about it, but I got bored. I honestly got bored. I was watching, it kept going and going and going and going, and they're doing all this, honestly, mind-blowing stuff. I mean, the stuff they can do is so impressive, but it does not mean anything. It does not wear anybody down. Like, it's just showing off what you can do for the sake of just doing it, but it doesn't mean anything. It doesn't matter, because you don't even really remember it, because a few minutes later, they've done at least 5, like, more mind-blowing things. I mean, it is, like, impressive move, impressive move, impressive move, impressive move, impressive move, impressive move. But it doesn't make for a better match, a better match, a better match, a better match. It just keeps going. I don't know, man. I feel like I'm in the minority on this, and I really don't care, because I've seen enough and I've watched enough to form like a solid opinion on it. I watched a lot of them in AEW, and I was never excited for their matches, because it was just the same thing again and again and again. Impressive move, impressive move, impressive move, impressive move, impressive move. But it never actually flipping results in anything. So we'll see. A little tweak that, the potential is there. I mean, what I would say is, am I confused as to why we've gone and got the Lucha Bros? No, not really. I'm not confused why we've gone and got them, because what they can do in the ring is so impressive. But I would definitely, if I was working with them, I would definitely be looking to tweak them a bit and change them to the WWE style, which I think is a bit more, I'd like to think in WWE moves have a bit more consequence. Not always, but I do think we do a better job with the selling. I think we do a better job with moves kind of wearing people down and like targeting limbs. You see that from Gunther, you see that from Pete Dunne, you see that from like Kevin Owens, like kind of working on body parts, trying to target people, wear them down, tell a bit of a story, little bit of a back and forth. So yeah, that's kind of my feelings on it. Lisa said, what are the thoughts on Miro requesting his release? Yeah, I like Miro. I've got a lot of time for Miro. I think that Miro is someone that deserved better, deserved more opportunity. I feel a bit sorry for him that it didn't work out better in AEW. I think that is definitely something which is a missed opportunity by them. I don't really understand why it didn't work. Miro has got a good size, a good look. He looks like a wrestler. He's a powerful guy, a big guy. Maybe the charisma was just missing a bit for him. But they had him with Lana, and I don't know, it always felt like there was potential there with him being like the Bulgarian brute and her being that kind of Russian manager. Like, I know that we moved away from that, but it always felt to me like there was something there. And think about it, at WrestleMania 31, he faces John Cena. He comes out in a tank, and they do this flag match. I mean, listen, WrestleMania 31, it's a great WrestleMania, but for me, it is flawed because a lot of the wrong people win. For example, Bray should have gone over Undertaker. Undertaker had already lost his streak the year before, and it was time to now appoint a new face of fear. And that whole thing was about the new face of fear being Bray. And I think that, why did Undertaker, who only wrestled like once a year after that point, why did he need that win at WrestleMania 31? I realized he had lost the year before. Maybe they felt he needed a win to bounce back from, but why at the expense of Bray? For me, Bray should have won that match. And I would also point to Sting and Triple H. Triple H won. Why did Triple H win? That was Sting's first and only WrestleMania match. And they did it so that they could build Sting and The Rock for the next year. But why did we have to sacrifice Sting's victory to build a match for a year's time? I mean, Triple H versus The Rock is going to be huge anyway. You don't really need to sacrifice Sting's victory to try and make it bigger. Like, for me, no, petty. You're messing up one story to then try and build another story that doesn't really need that build because it's big anyway, and then never happened anyway. Never even got the match. We were meant to. Triple H Rock was meant to be WrestleMania 32. We never got it because of Rock's filming schedule. So now we can look back and say that we wasted that moment for Sting for no reason whatsoever. So, well done us. So I think that was wrong. And then I would look at Rusev Cena, and I would say that was wrong because why did Cena need a win at WrestleMania 31? Like, why could we not have got behind Rusev at that point? You know, by this point, it's 2015. I mean, Cena is pretty much done as a full-time talent by this point. So why can't we have Rusev get the win and then push him forward like a monster heel? Like, I really think the results at 31 really bring 31 down. A lot of people love 31 and they love the cash-in moment and they love, like, you know, Bray Undertaker. It's still a good match, you know. I mean, it's still a good show. Seth Orton is still really good. Like, there's some really good stuff on that show, but I mean, I do think the results let that down. And I look at Rusev and I look at the fact that he manages to get to WrestleMania where he's facing John Cena during, like, John Cena's run. It's not like when Theory took on Cena, right? I mean, that was a Cena that was, you know, part-time and had been out for ages. This was when Cena was still Cena, right? And he loses. And I don't think he ever recovered after that. I don't think he ever got to those heights again. For me, we could have made him Gunther before Gunther. Like, he could have been that monster heel that goes on becomes world champion and everything. So I don't mind Rusev. I really don't. I think that there was something to him. I was quite into his run when he was in WWE. I didn't really have any complaints about him in AEW other than they didn't use him enough. So if WWE are interested, I would definitely look to bring him back. But the only thing I would say is I don't know if he's got the charisma to succeed without Lana. Now, they've separated, and I don't know if they're on good terms. I think it would be weird to bring Lana in and have her be his manager. So I don't think that's a direction I would look to go, like bringing her in. But I definitely think a manager, and I always think if you've got like a monster, if you've got like this big monster, I always think that you can go the Paul Heyman road because Heyman's so good that his talking is, you would never criticize putting Heyman with someone, but I always think a woman is good. I always think a female manager is good for a few reasons. First of all, I think that like the woman being smaller, it's a little bit, it gives you King Kong and the woman vibes. You've got this big giant like guy, and then you've got like the woman, this delicate little lovely woman next to, like Lana. I know we tried to make her a wrestler, but she was never really a wrestler. Like, think about Miss Elizabeth with Macho Man, kind of got this big muscular guy all jacked, and then you've got this very delicate woman who, but the thing is that guys, ideally should not be hitting women. So, if they like need calming down, actually a woman can do probably a better job than like a male manager. A male manager, there's too much testosterone involved and we're like, no, get out of the way. But if there's a woman that's like, please calm down and everything, you might stand a better chance of calming this big brute down. So it's funny that like, a female manager for Rusev makes Rusev look bigger, because standing next to him, she's going to look quite small, quite thin. And then, like, also, she stands a better chance of calming him down when he loses it as well, rather than, say, a male manager who can plead and whatever, but guys don't really listen to guys when they're gone. when your head's gone and you just see in red. Like, I feel like a female can do a better job of calming a male down, right? So I think there's a few reasons as to why it kind of works. And I would definitely look to go down that road again. I always thought him with Lana was good. I always liked it. I always thought it was a good dynamic. And she could talk all right. She was all right. I never really had a problem with her promos. They were very generic, you know. But it was fine. So bring him in, but I don't know what you do manager-wise. Listen, I always liked Zelina as a manager because she's small and she can talk. Like, she's very confident. She's got excellent delivery and she can really get her points across. A little bit of sass in there. And she can talk. If needed, she can hold her own in the ring. She's very good. Like, if you need to do a mixed tag match, or let's say someone picks a fight on her, like, she can hold her own as well. But equally, she's still small. And compared to a Rusev, you know, like, she might be able to calm him down. She worked very well with Andrade. Didn't work anywhere near as good with Angel Garza. But with Andrade, it worked very well. And I think with Rusev, it would work well. The only problem is, I think she's got aspirations of being like a women's champion. And I wouldn't want to ruin her dreams, you know? If she wants to be a women's champion, I'd like to believe she could achieve that. And actually, her being put as a manager of Rusev might be a bit of a step, not a step backwards, but it would definitely be an obstacle for her and her dreams of being a women's champion. So that would be my only concern, really, is that, you know, would she want to do that? Because it might get in the way. So, yeah, lots of stuff to get our teeth into there. Where are we? Oh, lovely, 53 minutes. Mr. Unfamiliar, shout out to you. Right, Edward said, quick question. What round have we got AJ winning tomorrow? I think he gets it done inside 3. Honestly, I don't know. I think AJ wins. I think that Daniel has shown that he's got a fair bit about him. I mean, he's been in there with big punchers. I mean, Joe Joyce is a massive puncher. And Daniel managed to get, like, to round 10. He went... Did he go the distance with Hrgovic? Hrgovic is a big puncher as well. I really think, like, that Daniel is good. I mean, Daniel gave Usyk some real problems, so make no mistake about it. I reckon this is AJ's toughest fight since the Usyk loss. So this, I don't think, is going to be that easy for Joshua. I think he wins. I think he gets the finish, but I would go later than 3. I think I'd be looking maybe 7, something like that. Because I think at first he'll be a bit cagey. I think he'll come out and he will not want to run the risk of losing because Daniel's a big puncher, you know. If Daniel connects on AJ, that'll be a bit of an issue. Depends where he connects, really. But yeah, I'm going to go AJ stoppage, but a bit later. Round 7, round 8, something like that. Looking forward to that stream. It should be good. Kian said, I hope you're well, having a good stream. How was your day? I'm enjoying the reaction videos. I've tagged you some on Twitter. Okay, thank you. Steve Carino has re-signed, says Kian. Kian, thank you. Yeah, a lot of people re-signing. I think that there's a lot of talk at the moment about people and AEW. I do look at it and wonder if AEW are going to get a load of money and WWE are just a little bit worried about that, you know? Because this money that AEW are getting, they could snap up some people that are about to be free, of course. They've got some money to reinvest in the business now. Because I don't think Tony Khan is hurting for money. He's lost money on AEW. I don't think there's any doubt about that, but I think it's losses that he can absorb. So this money that's coming in now, I don't think he's going to look to just reimburse himself. I could definitely see him reinvesting it back into the business. So WWE are probably looking at this thinking, AEW are going to have some cash. We need to get people signed to a new contract, because as soon as that announcement is made, and it doesn't matter if you're a talent, if you're a trainer, if you're a producer, like if you're someone that really contributes to the company, you are an asset. Doesn't matter. It's not only wrestlers, it's announcers, it's commentators, it's producers, it's everyone, right? If you're someone that we like and you are good, we don't want to lose you. And I can definitely see AEW, when they make their announcements, having some money to spend. And I could also see it being a case where numbers could go up, because you'd want to get people tied up to contracts now and in the past few months, because as soon as that number's announced and as soon as they start spending money, all of a sudden, you know, contracts are just going to be going up and up and up and up and up. It's really bad, actually, for fans, right? Because I think that Tony has come in and he is having to spend a lot of money, because why would you go to AEW over WWE, right? Chances are you'd do it for the money, right? I understand people not liking WWE and maybe wanting to go to AEW instead because they think it suits them better, but WWE historically has always paid the highest wage, and as a result, you know, people end up going there. Money is a big motivator. And I think that now, all of a sudden, you've got this alternative that also pays better. You know, some of the wages that people are getting in AEW, they wouldn't get in WWE. So I think now, all of a sudden, that means that WWE are having to spend more on their contracts and on their wages. And it really is a bit of a problem, because like all of a sudden their wages are just going up and up and up, maybe at a faster rate than we thought they would, because AEW have pushed up their contracts. Of course, now there's a new benchmark. For example, if you're Rhea Ripley, you're going to want to get paid the same as Sasha or Mercedes, because you're in a bigger company and you are arguably the biggest female star they have right now. So why are you not on money that's closer to what Mercedes is earning? And Mercedes is earning like a ridiculous number, a number she would not have got. She wasn't even offered that number. What she gets in AEW is above what she was offered by WWE. So she's getting paid more than WWE value her. But that is now the new benchmark, isn't it? And if you're Rhea Ripley, you're going to be like, hang on. If I leave and go to AEW, I could get that number. So why am I not getting that number here? So that means her wage goes up, which then means other girls are going to look at Rhea and their wage will go up. And who pays for that? Ultimately, who pay? We do. With ticket prices and subscriptions and merch pricing going up, and other things like having to put up with flipping Prime bottles in the middle of the ring, and having to put up with hydration stations, and having to put up with dude wipes on screens around the ring. Like, this is how it all gets paid for. This is how they pay for it. So it's, you know, and adverts, you know, people moan about the adverts, but of course it's the adverts that then generate the money that means the TV stations can buy Raw, can buy SmackDown, blah, 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 blah. So ultimately, you know, it's either your time or it is the product getting a little bit less appealing, or it is the cost of tickets going up or the cost of merch going up. Ultimately, you're paying some way. Some way you're ended up paying. So, yeah, it's a real shame. It's a real shame that it's kind of gone down that road. I know that some sports have pay caps, and I don't know. I mean, I suppose we're getting into a bit of a politics world now, but I don't like this never-ending increase. You know, I sort of feel like, yes, they should get paid, and they should get paid well. Of course they should. Everyone should. And they put their bodies on the line, and they should get paid where if they retire at 40, they're sorted for life, right? But I don't agree with this generational wealth. I don't agree where you get paid so well that your kids are fine, and your kids' kids are fine, and your kids' kids' kids are fine. Like, that's broken to me. That's broken to me. That's where they're getting paid too much, because you're getting more than you need now. I understand you wanting to make sure your family's good for when you go, but like your kids' kids and your kids' kids' kids. I mean, like, it's getting silly now. Could they maybe not get paid quite as much, and maybe the ticket prices come down so that it's more affordable for the average person to go to a show? Could we do that maybe? It's not the world we live in, though, is it? It's all about trying to get more and more and more out of people and then gloating about it, which is just a bit sick, I think. Just don't know. It's capitalism, isn't it? It's just the way the world works. not down on it. I just think it's a bit out of control. I just think it's all a little bit, yeah, it's all kind of gone mental. And it's only going in one direction, isn't it? It's only going up and up and up. So, Kian, shout out to you. Thank you for the kind words. And yeah, if they're trying to tie people down, it's because of that, because I'm guessing the contracts are about to go doolally again. Donald said, I think we see Paul Heyman turning on Roman. Solo could use that voice like Roman did, said Donald. UFC is fake, yeet, said Frank. But I want Mina Shirakawa. She's the most altruistic, selfless women's wrestler, says Al. Don't know her. I think she's been in AEW, hasn't she, this year? But I've not seen her. I don't watch, so she's not someone that's on my radar. But I've heard people mentioning her. She seems to have made a name for herself. Right, we've got an hour to go. We've done an hour. I'm going to try in this hour to not give us long answers. I've done my long answers now. I'm going to try and give short answers now. Delwyn, shout out to you, said, everyone's been saying how Triple H mastered how to book a 3-hour show, and they're right. It feels like SmackDown is suffering from being 2 hours. A storyline-based WWE will benefit with SmackDown going 3 hours, like the Raw A show, said Delwyn. Delwyn, shout out to you. Well, I don't know is the answer. I mean, what I can tell you is that in 2019, 2020, 2021, 2022, maybe 2023, I honestly don't know. But certainly for a good period of time, we were saying that Raw should go to 2 hours. So has he mastered it? Has he managed to now create a 3-hour show? I mean, Raw has been very consistent. Raw has got to the point where no longer am I asking for it to go to 2 hours. 2024, I don't remember asking for Raw to go down to 2 hours. And so you could be correct. You could be correct. You could be right that Triple H has mastered how to book a 3-hour show now. Maybe just took him a little bit of time, 2023. Definitely the shows in there. I mean, I can find scores that you lot will have given the shows where, Raw has not hit the mark. But this year, definitely it has. Definitely this has been a big step up. It's been a big improvement. And so is it a case that he's mastered it? Hope so. Because we're about to get, we're going to continue with 3-hour Raws, and we're about to get 3-hour SmackDowns as well. So hope that's the case. I don't know, to be honest. I don't know if he has. Because the only thing I'd say is that SmackDown has suffered. I don't know why we just don't seem able to be able to book 2 good shows. I always feel like it's one or the other. It always feels like for the longest time SmackDown was the better show. And then really I'd say since WrestleMania and Roman not being around, I feel like SmackDown definitely became the B show and Raw became the A show. And Raw's been amazing. We just don't seem to be able to spin both plates consistently. You'll get the odd week, of course you will. But not months and months and months of both Raw and SmackDown cooking. So it seems to be like we can book one show and not the other show. So I don't know. We're going to have to wait and see. I'm very excited for the Netflix move. I think that's going to result in fantastic shows. And I suppose my concern is SmackDown. But if we're going to keep Roman on SmackDown and we're going to build Bloodline and we're going to do all that, then SmackDown should be fine. So I'm optimistic for 2025, actually. Because I can't see Raw on Netflix failing because it's too important. And I can't see if they are going to keep Roman on SmackDown. I can't see SmackDown being a problem because whenever Roman's on the show is great. So if we're building to WrestleMania and we've got Bloodline and we've got Roman and we've got Cody and we've got The Rock and it's all on SmackDown, SmackDown should be fine in 2025. And I've no doubt Raw is going to cook in 2025 because it has to, because it's Netflix. So you get my point. 2025 is looking really good. Really good. So I'm optimistic for the future, Delwyn, as well. I hope you're right. I appreciate the support as well, buds. Daniel said, Daze, Man United are getting a new stadium. Old Trafford is getting knocked down, apparently. It's another reason to hate the Glazers since they didn't look after the stadium. Yes and no. Just because I've wanted a new stadium for a long time. I love stadiums. Whenever there's a new stadium being built anywhere in the world, I will always have a look. I will always look at the video of what they're doing. Something about stadiums really interests me. I've told this story before, actually. I was so disappointed when Wembley was not 100,000 because we knocked Wembley down and rebuilt it from scratch. And I was really interested in that process. And it was going to be 100,000. And then at the last minute, they decided to make it 90,000. And I was so disappointed because I've always seen 100,000 as being a real achievable number. It's something that Barcelona have with the Nou Camp. It's something that you have in America, but we don't have one in England. We don't have a 100,000-seater stadium. And for the longest time, Wembley was 90,000. Old Trafford was 77,000. And we knocked Wembley down. We rebuilt it. And we rebuilt it to about the same attendance it was before. And it's weird because there are definitely things like Oasis, Taylor Swift, the boxing that's going to happen tomorrow, where we could do with that extra capacity. You could have got another 10,000 Taylor Swift fans in for each of her shows. You could have got another 10,000 Oasis fans in for their shows. You could get another 10,000 boxing fans in for Joshua Dubois tomorrow. It's not like there isn't a need for 100,000 stadium. In fact, tomorrow there's going to be 96,000 because the thing is not only full, but we've filled the floor as well with as many people as we can. We've actually extended the agreed capacity. I think normally it's 92, 94. They've managed to push it to 96,000 people will be in Wembley tomorrow for Joshua versus Dubois, which maybe gives us a glimpse as to what a WrestleMania could do in Wembley. I don't think you'll get above that. The stand can hold 90, that's full, and then there's 6,000 on the floor, and I'm guessing that's the max they can do. I would think if they could do 100, I think they would have done it for this show. It's sold out, so it's not a problem with selling tickets. So for me, the Glazers not investing in Old Trafford has been a big frustration, and I would agree with you. But we're at the point now where the stadium is so bad, we've got to knock it down and build a new stadium. And I'm really pleased about that. Because for me, Old Trafford should be 100,000. It should be 100,000. It should be state of the art. It should be better than it is. I mean, if you've ever been, it's quite tight in places. It's just not, it's not fit for purpose. You can't refurbish it because it's still going to be tight. You have to like architecturally change the stands. You'd have to knock it down and rebuild it because the supporting walls and everything, it's really like tight in there in places. It hasn't got this beautiful concourse. Like you've got like these little separate sections. It's if you've been, it's weird. It's got personality, it's got charm. I could understand if you went on a regular basis, like you would love it, and it's special, and it's Old Trafford, and it's home, and I get all of that. But for me, United deserve better. They deserve 100,000. They deserve a state-of-the-art stadium. You look at what they're doing in America with SoFi Stadium. You look at what Barcelona are doing. Like, I'm not someone that gets caught up in nostalgia if what the alternative it could be is going to be better. And I think a brand new stadium, state of the art, 2 billion, let's go. So I'm really excited for it. So I actually don't hate the Glazers for doing what they've done, because where we've ended up is, in my mind, a better place, where now we have to have conversations we might not have had. If they'd have been investing in the stadium, we might just be trudging along with an 80,000 seater stadium that's been, kind of revamped a little bit, lick of paint, but it ain't going to be the same as what we're getting, and that is hopefully a new stadium. So I agree, you are right. It's been very frustrating, but where we are now is a lot better. Uncle Howdy said Lucha Bros against Motor City Machine Guns or Lucha Bros against DIY. Lucha Bros against Pretty Deadly. Uncle Howdy just naming a lot of matches there. Daniel said Raw was the better show after WrestleMania only because of non-Roman and the Nightbird stuff being mostly on Raw, says Daniel. Lisa said, I'm not surprised that people want to leave AEW. This week's Dynamite was terrible. Tommy Toy Travels, Tommaso Travels was eating food more than being interested in the show. Big Time said, Daze SmackDown premiere doing 1.7. If tonight does 1.5 or 1.6, it would be understandable given that the premiere does big. If they go 3 hours, then what does that... does the ship sink and SmackDown do 1.3, 1.4? Friday is a bad night. I don't know, to be honest. If they go 3 hours, which rumors are they are for 6 months, then that will decrease the rating because you are taking an average that is going to be across 3 hours rather than across 2. What I wouldn't know, though, is how the demo would work. What does an extra hour do to the demo? At the end of the day, more TV time is going to be better, not for your rating, but because you are getting more money from the TV network, right? They're paying for more footage, so they're paying for more show, right? That's more ad revenue and everything. So that you know, if ever this is why whenever like they offer, do you want another hour, like they tend to take it. This is why AEW have got Collision and they've got Rampage, right? Because if you offer someone some TV time, they're going to take it because it means more money is coming in. But it does decrease the ratings. I don't know what it does to the demo, and we know that the demo is arguably more important. I would say the fans fixate on the total viewers more because that's just how we've always operated. It's always been like, you know, how many views did the Super Bowl get? It got 120 million. Yeah. No one goes, oh, it did 0.7 in the demo, right? We've never, that's not the way that we look at ratings. But I understand really from listening to Dave Meltzer and seeing conversations that the demo is genuinely important, right? I don't think it's a number that's just come out of nowhere that doesn't mean anything. I think it is genuinely important. I would say, though, that your total viewership is important as well, right? I'd say both of those numbers are important. So I don't know what an extra hour does. It does definitely decrease the one number. I don't know what it does to the demo rating. And I believe you get ranked by your demo rating as to how you did. So if you was like the first show or the second show on cable, I think it's the demo rating that you get ranked by. And that is definitely a number that USA would be looking at. So I feel like the one number is the perception of the fans, which is total viewers. And the other number is the one that the networks probably care about that little bit more, but the fans don't really engage with that number as much. So both numbers, I would say, are important. One will be affected, and I'm not sure about what the other one will be. But at the end of the day, the most important number is how much money are you getting paid for the show. That's the most important number. And the more content you provide, the more money you should be receiving. So it's one of them, isn't it? Ratings are obviously very important, but I would maybe make the argument that they're not as important when you've just signed a new deal. Because if you've just signed with a company, like a 5-year, very expensive deal, like WWE have for SmackDown on USA, then what the ratings you get now are going to be important, and there's going to be feedback, and they're going to expect a certain number. But if it's not very good at the moment, what does it matter? You've already signed the deal. They're not going to give up on you because they've spent a lot of money. They're going to work with you, and they're going to try and improve that number. And so you might be getting a bit of pressure, but I don't think that it's like, oh my God, this is the end of SmackDown, you know? If they end up doing 1.2 million, 1.3 million, I don't think that this would be it for SmackDown. Like, oh my God, that's it. They're done. They're dead. But you get a lot from the fans. Of course you would. You'd get a lot of noise on Twitter if it was to go to those levels. But I don't know. We're going to have to wait and see. I definitely understand where you're coming from. Hard for them to match the premiere episode. So this week, tonight, I don't know that we do that 1-7 again. Maybe we do 1-5, 1-6. And then, as you said, if we go to a third hour, that does decrease it further. So do we go to a 1-3 or 1-4? And if we do that, compared to where we were on Fox, which was a bigger network and only 2 hours, and we were doing 2 million, 2.2, all of a sudden to see that number be 1.4, 1.5, you could understand AEW fans having a field day with that number. But I don't think there would be much internal concern, because we would know the reasons why we were where we were and we are where we are. Like, we understand. It's not like something's gone drastically wrong and we don't know why. We would understand, hang on, it was a 2-hour show on a bigger network. We're on a smaller network now, and it's a 3-hour show, which is going to bring the ratings down. So now we're at 1-4, 1-5 compared to 2.2. Like, the WWE could have stayed on Fox. I think they would. It's a bigger network. It gets more viewers. It's a more viewed network than USA. But it was out of their hands because Fox didn't make the money that they wanted. And that is a real shame. So it's one of those, you know, you just have to go, yeah, fine. Shame. It's a little L. It's a little L, but I think what the money they're getting paid for SmackDown is still really good. I suppose what WWE would do is they would rather shout about Raw, which is going from USA to hopefully a bigger network. So they've took a hit on SmackDown, but hopefully they've got a dub on Raw. We don't know yet until it goes to Netflix, of course, but that's the way I think the company would look at it. Let's look at total weekly viewers. Back in 2023, early 2024, we were doing X a week. In 2025, we're going to do X a week. If that total viewer number is bigger, I think you celebrate that and you present that as a dub rather than just focusing on SmackDown, which, yes, we know it's going to decrease. It already has. It had its premiere last week and it was 1.7, which is well below the 2.2 it was doing on Fox. So it's with most things when it comes to business, it's what you're looking at. It's how you're analyzing it. It's how you're presenting it. It's how small you want to look at the numbers. If you want to go bigger and look at both shows across the week, I think there'd be a lot to celebrate next year. It's Bryn again said, for people confused about tonight's tag match, Nia, Tiffany, Bayley, Naomi. If Nia, Tiffany win, whoever they pin is sent to Raw. If Bayley and Naomi win, whoever gets the pinfall gets a shot, says It's Bryn again. I'm not going to say anything. Edward said, you're forgetting that Daniel's defense is shocking. He gets hit too much. He gets hit lots in the Hrgovic match, and he's not been in the ring with someone that hits as hard as AJ. Joe Joyce isn't as hard as AJ. Well, we'll find out, Edward. I think that it'll go longer than third round. I agree that his defense is not as good. But Joe Joyce hits hard. Joe Joyce definitely hits hard. And he went 10 rounds with him. He's been in there with some big punchers. He's been in there with people that can definitely throw. You got to remember as well, he's still only 27. So he's got youth on his side by, I think it's something crazy, like 5 years, is it? Might be even more than that. So, he's not took anywhere near as much damage as what AJ has. I fancy AJ to get the win. I just think it's going to be a bit trickier, a bit more of a harder task. I put a bit more stock in. Dubois than I think you do. Daze, do you think AEW has the greatest roster ever? Said Uncle Howdy. Has AEW got the greatest roster ever? That's hard, isn't it? That's difficult because I think they've got a good roster. And I think that it is, you know, you could look at Ospreay, you could look at Okada. I mean, I think Okada, you can make an argument, was the best wrestler in the 2010s, right? Like, legitimate technical wrestler. I think you could make a case for that being Okada. I mean, if we were to sit and talk about who the best wrestler was in the 80s, 90s, 2000s, 2010s, 2020s, to be honest, in 2010s, Okada is being spoke about a lot. After what he did in Japan, the quality of his matches in New Japan, I really rate Okada. So they've currently got the best wrestler of the 2010s, and I would argue that the best wrestler of the 2020s is Ospreay. So they've got the best wrestler of the 2010s and the best wrestler of the 2020s. If you want to make an argument as to who's been the best wrestler of this generation, like consistently, in the 2000s, the 2010s, and the 2020s, I think you would say Bryan Danielson. So they've got Danielson, they've got Okada, they've got Ospreay. I mean, as a starting point, it's phenomenal. It really is very, very impressive. And I would have to go back to like WWE's Attitude Era, or you'd go back to the 4 pillars in All Japan, you know? So I don't think I could say, because unfortunately, for every amazing talent they've got, I can find a name that drags the score down, you know? I mean, I do not rate Anna Jay. Anna Jay is someone that I think has gone to Japan and hopefully learned some stuff, and I'm sure she's ever improving. But go back to last year when I was watching, and she was someone that would be in the mid-card of NXT, if that. You know, I could not see a great deal of difference between what Anna Jay does and what flipping Izzy Dame does, or someone like that. Like, to me, that's the level that she's at. She's someone that's learning how to wrestle. She's someone that has got a future, definitely, and I believe she's still young. So I'm not down on her, but I am down on her being on Dynamite. You know, I am down. It's a bit like how Maxine Dupree is on the main show, and it feels out of place. That's how I felt when I was watching like an Anna Jay. Sky Blue was a bit better, but I would probably still make the argument that she is someone that would be in NXT if she was in WWE. And honestly, I think you can go down the list. I think you can find lots of names of people that would have been in an NXT had they have been in WWE, but they were actually on the main roster in AEW instead. So as much as I'll sing their praises for the top end of their cards, I would say the middle part and the bottom end of their card is quite weak. I think the top end of their card has to do a lot of heavy lifting. So is it the greatest roster ever? I'm going to say that it is definitely one that you would talk about. I think it's worthy of being talked about, especially now that they've got Ospreay and they got Okada. I think that it went to a different level this year. I think some of the people they've brought in this year has massively boosted that roster. I think Young Bucks, they're not to my taste, but I understand like that they are one of the great tag teams. I understand that. I think Mariah May has been an excellent addition. I really rate Jamie Hayter. I really like her. Tony Storm, I think, has done fantastic work. But then you can sing all of their praises, and then you've got to talk about a Saraya, who really has been an awful addition. She's really been awful since coming into AEW. So again, top end, I think there's some really good people. Mid cards and the lower end, I think it struggles. So, is this better than Attitude Era? Is this better than when we had Rock and Stone Cold and Triple H and Undertaker and? I mean, I've no doubt what I would be watching. Would I watch Undertaker and Triple H and Stone Cold and all of that, or would I watch current AEW? I'd be watching Attitude Era. So I think for that reason, I'd have to say probably not the best roster ever. But I do understand the question, because I do think they've got some excellent talent, yes. And I think this year they have gone to a different level. And I think that actually, I've said before, this year I'm seeing a lot more stuff that I think I personally would enjoy. I stepped away from it last year. I stepped away from watching it. And actually, I think I would have enjoyed it a lot more this year. I think there's been a lot more stuff going on this year that would have been to my taste. Certainly that Mariah May Tony Storm feud. I dream of a script that involves someone social media actually beefing between creators and they wrestle it out, says Miko. I disagree with Soraya. I think she's doing the best she can. No, I'm sure she is, but it's not very good. I mean, I agree she's probably doing the best she can, and we know that she had an injury, but I think to see what she delivers now is disappointing. You know, I think that she is not the person she was. So I agree with you. I think she is doing the best she can, but it's a long way from where she was. Let's put it that way. Do you think eventually we see Timeless Tony Storm in WWE? I don't know, to be honest, buds. Eclipse Tyrant, I don't know. She was in WWE and she didn't enjoy it for whatever reason. She is someone that I really like. I liked at the time. I must admit, I was never crazy about her 80s rock chick gimmick. It was always something I wanted to see like change. But this change has been beyond. I mean, it's brilliant. I just think it's so good. I mean, I saw an interview that she did with Fightful, and they even had her in black and white during the interview. And I just think it's, you know, and the way she talks about being in these classic films and the fact that it kind of goes into all forms of her presentation. As I said, I saw her do an interview and she's in black and white. Her videos, her vignettes, you know, her mannerisms. She's doing something different, and doing something different is always beneficial. Might not always work. In fact, rarely it does. But if you can do something different and it works, you've got the keys to the kingdom. And I think she's been excellent for them this year. She really is someone. Do you know what I would say about AEW, right? I don't know if you've seen the guy. There's a guy on social media. He's brilliant, right? He's this marketer, and I'm sure you've seen him because his clips go viral. And he's quite a big guy. I'm sure he won't mind me saying. He's quite a big guy. And he basically talks about all these different marketing things. I've seen him. He's gone viral on YouTube, viral on TikTok. You know, he has these shorts. And I saw one of his videos, and it was really interesting. He said, do you know why McDonald's is so successful? He said it's because you'll go and you'll never have an amazing time in a McDonald's. You're never going to rave to your friends about, oh my God, I went to McDonald's. It was the greatest meal I've ever had, right? You're never going to go, but you're never going to go and be disappointed. You're never going to go and not get what you was expecting. You're expecting a certain level of food, a certain standard of food. Like if you go to a McDonald's, you're expecting not the greatest burger, right? It's not going to be the juiciest burger in the world. It's going to be fine. It's going to be passable. It's going to be edible. And you'll get that. You're not expecting like the greatest fries in the world. You might enjoy them. They might be nice, but you know, they're not the best. You can find better if you wanted better. But you know what you're going to get, right? And he said that is their success. He said, I've been to Michelin star restaurants where they serve up just some of the greatest foods. And sometimes I can go and I can have the greatest meal and I can love the place and it be like one of the greatest nights of my life. And I've been to other Michelin star restaurants where I've had food poisoning. And he said, I've never been to a McDonald's where I've had food poisoning. I've never had food. Think of all the meals they serve. And when do you hear of someone getting food poisoning at a McDonald's? He said it just doesn't really happen. Like, I'm sure it has on the odd occasion, but it just doesn't. Considering the amount of meals they serve, you know what you're going to get. And he said people are like, there's a real value with being confident that what you're going to get is worth your time. And that's McDonald's. And I think for me, this is where AEW fail. Because I can watch an AEW and I know that there is potential for there to be some really good stuff. I know there's potential for them to give me like great matches, but I have watched so many bad Dynamites. I don't know what I'm going to get. I could watch it on a Wednesday and it might be amazing with amazing matches like Ospreay and Danielson and MJF. Or I might get Anna Jay wrestling flipping Willow or something, you know. Like I might get Jericho the learning tree. I might tune into a Dynamite and I might get food poisoning. It's not like what he described McDonald's being, which is, all right, it might not be the best, but you know what you're going to get and you know that you're going to be satisfied. And, you know, honestly, I really felt like that was how I felt about WWE. I think throughout my life, I have watched WWE and I've certainly seen bad shows and I've certainly seen bad matches. But if I look at it over my life, I sort of know what my expectation is. I sort of know going into the show. Like, I'm going into the show tonight not expecting the greatest SmackDown I've ever seen. I'm not going into the show tonight expecting this to be something that's going to blow my mind. My expectation for tonight is we further the story a little bit more. We're going to do, you know, whatever, to build to Bad Bloods. I think it's going to be good. I think there's potential for LA Knight Andrade. Like, I'm excited for it and I'm looking forward to it. But my expectation is not that I'm going to be talking about this show in months' time. I'm just going into it like, yeah, I think this is going to be all right. I think it's going to be worth a watch. I'm looking forward to it. And you know what? By the end of it, I would imagine my expectation will be met. And I think consistently WWE do that. And I think I got to the point where I watched a lot of AEWs where I was leaving the shows disappointed and my expectation was not met. And you could make the argument, well, your expectation was too high. But honestly, I think that I've seen a lot of bad stuff with Dynamite. I've seen a lot of bad things with AEW that has really just kind of left me disappointed when I've come away from a show. And if you do that consistently enough, that's how you lose viewers. And they did that consistently enough for me in 2023, and that's how they lost me as a viewer. But with WWE, I think my expectation is normally met. And I think it'll be met tonight. Now, if I went back and watched Dynamite now, I do wonder if my expectation would be met now. Because I do think that they're having a better time now. I haven't watched Dynamite, so I don't know. I mean, I was told earlier that it's rubbish, yeah? Or that this Wednesday was not very good. But I saw a lot of praise for their Cardiff show, Dynamite, which I saw some clips and it did look good. I saw what they did at Wembley. I thought that looked good. I understand that at All Out, there was the bag suffocation and the needle. I understand. Those are things that I would not be keen on either. But there was also some great stuff on that card. There was also some matches that really delivered and a lot of universal praise. Unfortunately, the headlines was the needle and the bag. Take them away. Forget about those for a second. Let's pretend they didn't happen. In fact, do that. Pretend they didn't happen. I think that card was good from what I saw. I think that card was good. But it's just they found a way of having people talk about things which, in retrospect, it would be better if they didn't, really. It would be better for AEW if they didn't talk about those things. So, yeah, you know, I mean, I've said before, I'm not an AEW hater. I like to think that I'm level-headed enough where I can be very honest with what I see and analytical with that. Just like I said with the Lucha Bros, I'm not a fan of the Lucha Bros, and I'm not going to sit here and tell you they're amazing just because they've joined WWE, right? I'm going to tell you my concerns, and if what I see is different than what I saw, if when they arrive it's different, it hits different, I'm starting to see what I want to see, and I think they're better, I will say that. I will say, no, this is good. This is what I want to see. This is better. This is more what I'm looking for. If it's going to be more of the same of what I've seen previous, I'll say that. I don't have a need to like lie. There's not a benefit to that. If I was to lie, I would just catch myself out, wouldn't I? It'd be like, hang on, last week you said this. Hang on, you said this the other week, so which one is it? Do you feel that, or do you feel that? Like, I'd just start getting myself very easily like messed up, wouldn't I? You know, if I tried to lie and just say things to please people, I would just tie myself up in knots. But and it's not in the benefit to do that, right? I wouldn't even want to do that, but it's not in anyone's benefit for me to do that. Because I've said before, what's the point in me lying? Because if I tell you that I think something's really good, you would not believe me. because you'll be like, yeah, but you said that about that show that was rubbish last week. So how can I believe you if you're telling me this is good now? So that's my logic. My logic is be honest with what you see, because you ain't going to be able to, no one will catch you out if you're telling the truth. And hopefully people will then trust you when you actually say something is good, you know? So yeah, for me, I really think that AEW have got potential. They've got an opportunity. They've got a good roster. I think that there's a few little tweaks that they need to make, and I think they could get somewhere. I don't know that they'll ever replace WWE, to be honest, but I don't think that should be their motivation. I think they should just want a piece of the pie rather than the pie, you know? The fact that they're still around 5 years later and about to get another TV deal shows they've done something right. I mean, granted, they've lost a good chunk of money, but sometimes you've just got to stay in the fight, really, you know? You might get battered in the first 6 rounds, but if you're still there by round 10, you've got a chance, and you're still in the fight. So there's probably been a bit of that where they've just needed to stay in the fight, and they have. So we'll see what the future holds for them. But I do think one of the best things they could do, if they were to hit me up and go, listen, give us one piece of advice. Just give us one piece of advice. All we want is one piece of advice. My piece of advice would be stop making out that you and WWE are rivals. Stop doing that. It's not helping you. It's not helping. You might think it's helping, but it ain't helping. All you're doing is you are fueling the toxicity, and you are creating a barrier for WWE fans to come over and enjoy your product. Because I think there's some that would check it out, but they are WWE fans, and there is loyalty. Like, there is a loyalty. You do feel a bit like you're cheating, right? It does feel a little bit like, oh no, I'm WWE. That's good enough for me. But actually, if that barrier was to be torn down and AEW were to be more complimentary to WWE, even if they didn't mean it, but they were more complimentary and they presented themselves as extra rather than an alternative, I think then you would see more people giving them a chance. And I think if people did give them a chance, I think there is an opportunity there for them to capitalize on that. Because if you've got Ospreay and you've got MJF and you've got Danielson, you've got something. You can't say they haven't got anything and that they're just total trash, because we're talking about some top quality wrestlers. I mean, listen, look at the amount of wrestlers WWE has pinched from them. We've took Cody off them. We've took Jade Cargill off them. We've took Ethan. We've took Sean Spears. We've took Lexis King. We're taking the Lucha Bros. Like, they've got talent. Otherwise, WWE wouldn't even be interested in them. We want Ricky Starks, apparently. So we'd take Ricky Starks. I can't imagine that if Toni Storm became available, we'd turn her down. We wanted Ospreay. We wanted Okada. They ended up going to AEW. It'd be foolish to say that they don't have talent. They absolutely do have talent. But it's just, how do you use that talent? So my one piece of advice is stop trying to make it us versus them, because you're losing that battle, AEW. The perception is not good. Like, if you want to get people to come back and watch your product, stop putting boundaries up and barriers up that don't need to exist. They don't need to be there. They're only there because that was what you chose to do when you first started, was you wanted to be the alternative, because you tried to get the lapsed WWE fans. You wanted to be anti-Vince, anti-WWE. You wanted those fans that used to watch WWE, but no longer it works for them. And you wanted to bring them back into wrestling. And so you thought it was better to be anti-WWE. And so shots were fired, like breaking the throne, which Cody did. And other shots, other little things were done. WWE responded, of course. And now it's built up into which side are you on? And there are people that are like, no, I don't play that game. I watch both. Brilliant. I was that way. But now that I don't watch AEW, I can see kind of what it's like if you're just watching one of the shows. It does feel like there is a barrier there. It does feel like there is something stopping you. Like it's not... it's sort of like it's not allowed in a way. sort of like, if you watch WWE, you're sort of supposed to be anti-AEW. And it doesn't have to be that way. It doesn't have to be that way. It's just the way that the companies have chosen to go. Certainly, it was the direction that AEW chose to go. And WWE played their part as well. Let's not make any mistake about that. WWE are not innocent in that. But WWE are never going to be grateful to see a competitor arrive, are they? What did you expect WWE to put the bunting out and welcome them? Of course, WWE was always going to take a stance against AEW. That's not a surprise. But AEW had a choice. It was up to them how they wanted to present themselves, and they chose to go with being anti-WWE. So I would say change that, and I think it'll be beneficial for them. But no one's asking me, so. Daze, we've not seen Britt Baker in AEW, said Uncle Howdy. After all, do we think that she wants to be there anymore? I don't think so. Or is it just booking? Uncle Howdy, shout out to you. I don't think she wants to be there anymore, to be honest. There's lots of rumours of her having a bad ego and being quite difficult to work with. And to be honest with you, I think this is a side of wrestling that we don't really think about too much as fans. But I suppose as you get a bit older, you can understand it more. And what I mean by that is she was the woman. She was the top dog in the female division. She was the champion. She had Jamie Hayter by her sides. She was at the top of the tree, right? That was her spot. She was one of the pillars at one point. Remember CM Punk saying to MJF, you're too stupid to realise you're not one of the pillars anymore. Britt Baker has taken your spot. I mean, you look at that now and you go, no. But back then, it made sense. Back then, you was like, yeah, Britt Baker's on fire, man. She was doing some great stuff in the women's division. And we got to the point, I don't know, I can't remember if it was an injury or what happened, but she was away for a bit. And all of a sudden then, you know, you've got Mariah May coming in, you've got the rise of Toni Storm, we brought in Thunder Rosa, there was apparently a bit of heat between them. I think Britt has kind of politicked to try and find a way of keeping her spot at the top, which I can't really argue about, because you work so hard to get to that position. Why would you want to just willingly give it away? I mean, you wouldn't want to, would you? If you've worked so hard that you've come through the indies and you've got your way into AEW, you've then worked your way up to the top of the roster, you're not going to get to the top and then be willing to just, thank you, that was great, step aside as we bring in Mercedes Moné, we bring in Mariah May, we do work with Toni Storm. Like, Britt's job is to try and stay at the top, and there's a pressure to that. There's a real pressure to trying to do that. You know, it's one thing to get to the top, but staying there is very difficult. And I think she's really struggled with that. I think she's really struggled. I think she does have an ego. I could be wrong, but this is what I'm reading. That she, you know, is a problem. It was reported by Fightful, I believe it's Fightful, I don't want to misquote, that they said when Jamie Hayter comes back, she will not be paired with Britt Baker because there was a falling out between them. And lo and behold, Jamie Hayter's come back and she ain't nowhere near Britt Baker. So they were correct. And then you're hearing other people talking about ego that she's got. She had a big falling out with Thunder Rosa. I feel like she is someone that has got to the top. I think she believes that she's a star. I believe that she believes she was one of the biggest names in AEW. And I think that she has really struggled with watching these other women come along and take her spot. And now it's showing itself with, you know, tantrums and frustration. And I'm hearing that her relationship with Adam Cole has broken down. And she seems to be going through a bit of a rough patch, doesn't she? So I don't think that it is a case that, like, we're just not using her. I think there's more going on behind the scenes from what seems to be getting suggested. To the point where, you know, she becomes a free agent, WWE might want to really think about, is that the kind of person and personality that you want in the company? She might be good, but how do the pros outweigh the cons, you know? I think in order to succeed in wrestling, you sort of need to have a certain personality. You need a personality which is kind of, we're all in this together. I'm going to play my part. I'm going to try my best. I'm going to help people out, and I hope they help me out as well. Like, I think you need that sort of team mentality. You sort of need, like, I know I'll get my time in the spotlight, but my time in the spotlight is not going to be permanent. And then I'm going to have to, you know, go and do something else whilst it's someone else's time, and hope that my time comes back, and hope that I'm working hard. And I think you need that sort of mentality, that team player mentality, to really survive the wrestling world, because it is hard. It is dog eat dog. It does matter, because the more you get featured, the more merch you sell, the more money you make. So it does hit your pocket. It's not a case that you're just going to get paid the same whilst you're sat at home. If you sit at home, then you get your base salary, which is pretty good. So let's not make no mistakes about it, right? But you can make a lot more if you're on TV, getting views, getting your shirt seen, like being involved in segments, being involved in storylines, being on pay-per-views. You're going to get a lot more money then. So this, again, that messes with your head, because it's less money in your pocket as well. Hard, isn't it? It's not for everyone. It's not just a case of going and training and then trying to become this massive star. Like, there's a lot of stuff that happens behind the scenes that I think would really mess with your head. Look at the whole CM Punk Jack Perry stuff. Look at that. I mean, Jack Perry, the reason that he reacted the way he reacted is because he was hurt. It hurt him. He was frustrated. You don't just do it in jest. You know, real glass, cry me a river. That's because he was hurt by what had happened before, where he wanted to use real glass and he was told he couldn't. And that was something that must have really bothered him. And I don't know if that bothered him, or if it was the story getting out that bothered him more. But the fact that it was known by everyone that this had happened, that bothered him. And it showed itself, didn't it? It showed itself on the show. When he made that comment, that then resulted in CM Punk having to go and talk to him. CM Punk then got frustrated, ended up choking Jack Perry, and you know, all of this comes from backstage frustration and friction and frustration, and do you know what I mean? Like, all of that is it just manifests itself and it shows itself. Just like how Hangman got frustrated and ended up going off script in his promos. Yeah. So it's one of those where I think that's a side of wrestling we don't really think about too much, is the politicking and the frustration and the mental side of it. I mean, and I think she's really going through it, to be honest. That's my interpretation. I think she's really suffering. So I wish her all the best. I hope she finds, like, good health, good mental health. Because I think she's going through a rough time at the moment. Rick, shout out to you, my friend. Said, do we think Cody should turn heel on Roman? Definitely no. 100% no. 100% no, because next year he's facing The Rock, and The Rock's a heel. And I think The Rock as final boss has been brilliant. I don't think people are waiting to cheer The Rock after everything that's gone down. I think The Rock is a heel and people are quite happy with it because he did such a fantastic job as being the final boss. I also think Cody is an excellent babyface who the kids love, and I think he is just naturally a lovely guy, actually. I think he is someone that, as Triple H said, will hang around hours after a show so that he can take pictures with the fans. There was a story about how there was a guy at Disney World, and this wasn't even put out by WWE, by the way. This was the fan telling this story. He was at Disney World, and Cody saw the guy looking at him, and Cody was the first one to go, come on. And the guy came over, he's like, you want a picture? And the fan was like, I was too nervous to ask. But Cody was the one that was like, come on. I mean, how amazing is that? For Cody to notice that and to kind of tell the fan it's okay, and then to have the picture with the fan. And like this is a guy that does genuinely put the wrestling fans first. This is a guy that I think is a natural babyface. This is a guy that I feel really sorry for, because if you go onto Twitter and even in our chat, you'll have people saying Cody sucks and that his reign has been awful. But my counterpoint would be, why is that Cody's fault? What about this is Cody's fault? because he's not doing any promos or anything different than when he was trying to finish his story. He's still the same guy as when he was trying to finish the story. It's just that was a big story for him to get his teeth into. And since WrestleMania, he hasn't had anything even remotely close to as big a story as that for him to get his teeth into. Whose fault is that? Is that Cody's fault, or is that Creative's fault? I would say it was Creative's fault. I would say that Creative have really badly let him down. Since WrestleMania, putting the belt on him was not the wrong move, right? Putting the belt on him, I think, was the right move. And if I was to go back, I would still do it. Finishing the story is one of the best WrestleMania moments we've ever seen. WrestleMania 40 was fantastic. Brilliant. It launched a new era. It's just that we seemingly did not have anything interesting for him once we did that. I mean, honestly, I think back to that WrestleMania documentary, and I think back to when Triple H said to him, "You've got the ball now, but it's down to us to make the plays. Like, you've got this. You leave the rest to us." I can't remember word for word, but it was something along those lines. That's what Triple H said to Cody, and it was in the documentary. And I look back at that now, and I'm like, you just lied to his face. You basically just lied to his face. Or, well, you didn't lie, because you are correct. Like, but you failed him then, right? Because you said it's down to us now to make the plays. Well, I don't know who makes the plays in American football. I don't know if it's the quarterback or if it's the coach. But whoever has made the plays for Cody needs to be fired since WrestleMania, because it's sucked. And it's got to the point where there is a good, healthy amount of people now that have took their frustration out on Cody and said that Cody is a mid-champion and that Cody is a letdown and blah, 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 blah. Where my argument would be, people were really on board with him before WrestleMania. His promos are no different. His matches are amazing. We can name the Kevin Owens match and the two AJ matches since WrestleMania as being really I mean, some of the best matches of the year. I mean, if you're going to talk about the best WWE matches of the year, you're probably going to mention the two AJ matches. Maybe more likely the first one from Backlash and the Kevin Owens match. So I feel like Cody is trying his best here to flipping hit this out the park, but he's just not got anything to get his teeth into. So for me, the easy option is always the heel turn or the face turn. That's always the easy option. But that doesn't make any sense to me long term. I don't see how that makes sense when I think Cody against a heel Randy is really interesting. I also think that Cody against The Rock next year, with The Rock being a heel, I think that's really interesting. Cody, maybe Jacob. Maybe around SummerSlam. I think that would be really interesting. So turning Cody heel doesn't really make a great deal of sense to me at the moment. So I don't expect any heel turns here. And people are even saying maybe Cody will be with Roman at Survivor Series, and perhaps this is going to build towards that. So I don't even think there's any rumors of a heel turn, to be honest, buds. But that's my thoughts on it. I mean, I wouldn't do it. Maybe some of you out there would, but I wouldn't go down those roads. So, Rich, out to you. The Ring General said, Daze, love you, Daze. The mat is sacred. The mat is very sacred, my friend. Always remember that. James said, Daze, the problem with the tribalism is that people can't be level-headed and have proper discussions. They can't take any criticism of their favourite company. I understand that. I understand that. And I think you are correct. I do think, though, that it would be easier if Tony and AEW weren't presenting themselves as an alternative. Because I think if they were presenting themselves as not trying to compete, then I think that should lower the temperature with the whole ratings conversation. Like, all of a sudden now, if AEW is doing about the same as NXT, it doesn't matter, because they're not trying to beat NXT. You know, the problem is where you've got Chris Jericho in, was it 2019, saying, I reckon in 3 years we'll be beating Raw. You know, people love digging that up now because they like to point out that we're well past that. And they're absolutely nowhere near Raw ratings. And, you know, it's little things like that. And, you know, comments from Tony Khan, of course, all the time. There's always little digs, little things that kind of come out. And I just think, like, they have chosen to be anti-WWE, which automatically means that WWE fans are not going to appreciate that. If you're going to tell me that, you know, we don't like WWE, we think we're better than WWE, this is where the best wrestle, well, that's a bit offensive to me because I love WWE. It's a promotion I've watched since the early 90s. So you're telling me you don't like something that I really love? And so that's an issue because I really love them. And so I don't feel like you're representative of me. I don't feel like you're trying to reach out to me. I don't think you want me as a viewer. I don't feel like you want me to be a part of your crew, right? Your gang, because you're telling me that you are anti something that I love, and that to me is is a massive problem. That's a big barrier. Why can't you say that you appreciate what WWE do and you appreciate that they are the market leader and that they're great at what they do and blah blah blah? Give them some flowers and present yourself as additional. We just think that there's an opportunity to offer something more when they're not on. There's, you know, they don't air on a Wednesday and we're here to offer additional content. You know, we want WWE fans to check out what we're doing because we think you'll enjoy it and we think it'll be a good addition to the wrestling that you enjoy watching. Or something along those lines, like make it feel like the door is open rather than the door is closed. And I do think that it feels like the door is closed to quite a few WWE fans. And I think that would be a big change. WWE don't need to change. Their anti-AEW stance works for them because they don't want their fans to watch AEW. It's not in their benefit. If their fans watch AEW and then end up preferring AEW, they might lose those fans. So it's not in their benefit to promote AEW or say they rate AEW or like AEW. The only company that has got a choice in this is AEW, who can choose to be anti-WWE or they can choose to be for WWE. I'm not saying anything people don't already know or haven't already considered. I'm only saying what people are already thinking, you know, but I don't really understand that positioning, to be honest. I don't really understand why I can probably get it at the start when they thought there was an opportunity to get the Laps fans. But I think once it's now shown that that is not the opportunity they thought it was going to be, I don't understand why they've not pivoted and actually gone with the different, because they don't have to mean it. You know, we all know how Tony Khan really feels, but he doesn't have to mean it. I just think it would help them long term, but hey. The Ring General said, I'm not here for a long time, but I am here for a good time. The Ring General, shout out to you. I am the same. Uncle Donk, hello, my friend. Thank you for the support. Really appreciate it, buds. Uncle Donk said, I thought AEW did a great job with the build to All In and All Out, but on the other hand, the booking for Grand Slam is a total mess. Darby was already a #1 contender, but he will then face Moxley to become #1 contender again. I don't know, to be honest. I can't really comment. I mean, that does sound like it's a little bit confused, but I think their problems that I saw were bigger than that before. Their build towards All In, All Out, I'm sure, was good. I heard some of the shows were excellent. I mean, Ospreay's been a fantastic addition. Danielson, will he win the title? Is he going to retire? That seemed brilliant. Mariah May, Tony Storm, I was full of praise for that. So I can definitely see that there was things that were good leading up to those shows. Where they are now, I don't know. If you're telling me that it's a bit confusing, then, you know, I would hope that they find a different path. I've said before, it's not in the benefit of even WWE for AEW to fail. I think it's good for WWE fans that AEW are around. They might not want to admit it, but we've been down this road enough to know that having competition is a good thing for WWE. But again, it's a hard thing to admit because I can understand WWE fans not wanting to, because it's a little bit like McDonald's workers saying it's good that there's Burger King, you know? Okay, we are underway with SmackDown, and we've just got a replay at the moment of what went down last week. So, Uncle Don, shout out to you, my friend. That's really interesting insight, because I don't watch the show, so it's hard for me to know what's kind of going on at the moment. So, I appreciate that. Matt said, can we get a quick recap of last week's SmackDown? Well, it was the cage match. They're just doing it now, actually. They tend to start the shows with a recap. So, yeah, we got the cage match. We had Roman. He came down. Then, of course, we had Cody saying he wasn't interested in joining up with Roman, but Bloodline attacked at the end of the show, and then they ended up joining forces. So he signed the contracts. The big talking point is Cody and Roman are going to be a tag team at Bad Blood. So what are we going to get tonight as we kind of further that story? As well as that, we had Andrade winning a #1 contenders match, which now means it's him against LA Knight tonight for the United States title. And Giovanni Vinci is going to be back in action tonight as well. And then, of course, last week it was announced that Bayley and Naomi are going to be in a tag match. We're going to try and figure out who's going to get a title shot. I think we're going to potentially send someone to Raw, but there is a chance that no one goes to Raw. There's also a chance no one gets the title shot as well. Because if Tiffany gets the pin or Nia gets the pin, then I don't know who gets the title shot. Equally, if Bayley gets the pin, I don't know who goes to Raw. I don't think anyone would. So it's a weird stipulation which might not come in. Neither might not come into effect. There's no guarantee that anyone goes to Raw, and there's no guarantee anyone gets a title shot. It's a bit strange. So I'm thinking that it's going to be a case that like Naomi gets the pin and Naomi gets the title shot. No one goes to Raw. That's my guess. Or it could be Bayley, but we've already done Bayley, so I'm thinking it would be Naomi instead. Right. Cody and Roman at Georgia Tech. So both of these two, face to face. I don't know why they were at Georgia Tech. I don't know what the point was of going there, but they were. Ian said it's Friday, Saturday, 1 a.m. Let's get ready for SmackDown. Okay, so Bloodline are arriving and the security alarm is going off as they're walking through with their belts. Oh, hello. Jacob? No, you can't go patting down Jacob. Oh, yeah, let's go. Yeah, you can't go patting down Jacob, and these security guys are just getting messed up. Anyone else want to pat down? Okay, we got Corey, we got Michael Cole. Anyone else want to pat down on SmackDown? Bloodline. We got the new logo. I can't remember if it was on the commentary table last week. It probably was. United States Championship coming up. James said, I love Jacob. Mr. B said, Georgia Tech is where Roman played football. Oh, that's interesting. That is interesting. Thank you. Okay, LA Knight making his way down. We know that we have got the United States Championship match coming up first. So I'm not personally expecting a new champion here. LA Knight versus Andrade, but I am expecting a fun match. LA Knight said amethyst pieces. Ryan said, respect Tonga Loa, a 7-time IWGP Tag Team Champion with Tama Tonga. David said, Jacob should be pushed more than Solo. Ryan said, who thinks Eli Drake's gimmick was better than LA Knight, says Ryan. LA Knight will retain, said Lieben. Wrestling Proud said, I do wish we had a Rock one, but it's growing on me. Lisa said, I think that Khan needs to step down and let someone else book. Problem is, who else has that prior booking knowledge? Well, I don't think Tony Khan had prior booking knowledge, did he? So I get the feeling that, like, you know, if you gave it to a Bryan Danielson, I don't think that would be a bad move. To be honest, I think there's quite a few ex-wrestlers that could do it. You'd want to obviously do some sort of trial. You'd want to, you know, just because you're an ex-wrestler isn't really a good enough reason. There's plenty of ex-wrestlers that I'm sure would suck at doing it as well. But I think, like, I think that Tony's booking is obviously a bit of a problem, but I wonder if a bigger problem is just his presence. You know, him. If you talk about who's the face of AEW, the answer is Tony Khan. Tony Khan's the face of the company. See him at the press conferences all the time. He's on the calls, and I sort of feel like it would be better if when it's time for a call, you put like, you know, your marketing person on the call to answer questions, you know, or your PR person, rather than it being Tony Khan. When it's time to do, like, interviews, put your wrestlers out there. Don't put Tony Khan out there. Put wrestlers out there. I sort of feel like if they were going to do a late night interview, like, say, Jimmy Fallon or something for AEW, I feel like Tony Khan would be one of the people on the sofa. He might not be the only person, but I think he'd be one of the people that would be on the sofa. Whereas if they were going to do a late night thing with WWE, I don't think Triple H would be on the sofa. I could see it being Roman and Cody or Rhea, or, like, you know, I think they would send the superstars. I don't think they wouldn't send Nick Khan. Nick Khan wouldn't be on the sofa. And I don't think Triple H would. But if it was the other way around, I think Tony Khan would be on that sofa. I think he's too visible. I think he's sort of using this as a way of him living out his dream of being a personality in the wrestling world. I think he wants to be a bit like Vince, only in the sense of I'm the booker and everyone knows who I am, you know? I think that press conferences should be done by a GM. I think that media calls should be done by a PR person. I think public appearances should be done by the wrestlers. And I think that would be a help. Tony Khan, the company, a little bit. So we've got the announcements, and LA Knight just starting us off here. He was looking for that BFT. He didn't get it, though, and Andrade goes out in the ring. Andrade was like, that close. LA Knight was like, that close. And we've gone to our first commercial break. Lisa said, that is true about Khan being the head icon of AEW due to him being in the feuds with Ariel Helwani and Mahal. Yeah. I think he's the biggest barrier. He's the one that I associate the most with the anti-WWE rhetoric. He's the one that, you know, I think if you had other people be the faces, I think that the company would be more palatable. But listen, it's for them to work it out, isn't it? We can all put our ideas forwards, and who knows, our ideas might not actually work. So we might be wrong. But it's for them to do whatever they think is the right thing to do. And they'll get the results accordingly. So I wish them the best. I really do. I wish them the best. I think WWE is better with them around. I agree. There's been a lot of AEW fans that are maybe a bit more level-headed, that are not just anti-WWE, you know, that have come up with that argument that it's better if they're around, and I do agree with that. Wrestling Fan said, I love that they finally give him the belt. He deserved it. LA Knight, yeah. Word of Wrestling said it's not even the ads, it's the timing. No one does ads at the start like this. Says, hello, Word of Wrestling. It's commercial already, yes. Commercial already. The booker is always the face, said Stone. That is how the industry has always been. Well, I disagree with that because I think that was not the case in the 80s. You can't say that's how the industry has always been, when in the 1980s, the undisputed face of WWE was Hulk Hogan. Definitely. And I would say in the 90s. I'd say during the Attitude Era, Vince became more prominent. And we had the whole Mr. McMahon character where he actually became a character on the show. But even then, I don't even know if you could say in that period that the face of the company was not Stone Cold Steve Austin. Because during the Attitude Era, Stone Cold was undeniably the biggest star. So I don't agree with that. I don't think that you can look back in the history of WWE and say that the booker was the face of the company. I think, though, here where you've got people like Swerve as champion, who Swerve is someone that I've got a lot of time for, but Swerve is also somebody that doesn't really have a great deal of star power. He's not, that shows in the ratings as well. He's not bringing in the casual fans. We're not talking about a wrestling legend there. We're not talking about Undertaker or Stone Cold or, he's starting his journey, if you will. That's his first world title, so I'm not down on it. But I'm just saying that I don't think you can say that Swerve's the face of AEW. In fact, I would argue I don't think that he even got past Bryan Danielson, who was not champion at the time. And probably a few other people as well. I mean, did he get past Moxley as being the face of AEW? But I'd say it's all irrelevant because for me, the face of AEW is Tony Khan, who repeatedly makes himself the face of the company. Repeatedly is like always in those press conferences. When it's time for a media call, it's Tony Khan that's on that media call. When it's time to do interviews, it's Tony Khan that does a lot of interviews, like the Ariel Helwani thing. Like he's the one that puts himself in those positions. And I disagree. I don't think that's the way the industry has been, because it was not the case in the 80s and the 90s. I would even argue, was Vince the face of WWE over John Cena in the 2000s and the 2010s? WWE media calls were very small. They weren't doing press conferences. They weren't doing stuff like what Tony did. I'd say that like AEW really revolutionized doing the press conferences after, something that WWE have definitely copied. Definitely copied. But we weren't doing those. So where was Vince's face? Where was Vince being seen? Vince hardly ever does interviews. I'd argue there's way more Tony Khan interviews now than there's ever been Vince McMahon interviews. And Tony Khan's only had his company for 5 years, compared to Vince, who had the company since 82, 83. So I very much disagree. We are back to the action. Right now, we've got Andrade and LA Knight. Again, we've got Andrade going face first into the SmackDown table. And again, okay, Andrade being chucked back into the ring. So we're 14 minutes into the show. We've had a commercial break so far. Andrade getting back up to his feet. Over the top goes LA. Slingshot, shoulder tackle, and we got a shoulder up there by Andrade. I think this match will bang. I'm not expecting a new champion. GCW have apparently said that Zilla Fatu will not be appearing on tonight's event in Philadelphia or any GCW shows in the foreseeable future. We've tried to avoid this situation, but we've reached an impasse. That will definitely have a lot of people talking about the fact that he might be on his way to WWE I think, though, I think Zilla has got a little bit of a history, though, of him being a little bit problematic outside of the ring, you know? So I don't know that there's anything to that. Here's Andrade is climbing up, looking for a moonsault to the outside. Andrade goes up, over, and he does! Moonsault to the outside by Andrade, lands on top of LA Knight. And we see that chat. Are we going to commercial break again? Jeez, mate. Second commercial break already. We're only 16 minutes in. I swear, there ain't loads of action to tell you about. I mean, we did just get a moonsault to the outside, but another commercial break. Perhaps this is normal. I don't know. It doesn't seem very normal. It does feel like we're getting in a few more than normal. Perhaps it's because we've gone straight to a match and actually we would do maybe a segment and then we'd go to commercial break. Then we would start the match. Then we would go to... So perhaps it is normal, but it just feels a bit different because we haven't started with a promo. We've actually started... Because that's quite unusual to just go straight into a match. So perhaps it is normal. It just feels a little bit different. Ad Money said excellent to Vex. Well, they're definitely scraping it in at the moment, aren't they? Definitely scraping it in. Zilla, Jimmy, Roman, Dean Ambrose, said Dakota. I think I don't know kind of where that Zilla situation's going. I'm sure I have heard, though, that Zilla is someone that has been a bit problematic at times. For example, do you remember, word was that he was meant to attend a show around, was it SummerSlam? He was booked for a show and he was seen in the crowd at SummerSlam. He was seen sat in the crowd at SummerSlam. And people were like, hang on, is he not meant to be at a show? And I'm sure I heard that the show had to kind of announce that he'd picked up an injury or something like this, like he wasn't going to make it. So I don't know. I don't know that does mean that he is WWE bound, or if it means that he's being a bit problematic. I'm not sure. Johnny said, I'm good friends with the security guard that got beat up. His name is Manny Lemons, said Johnny. Well, Manny Lemons got squeezed, mate. He got squeezed. And I hope that he is doing well. Zilla has changed his life around. He's doing amazing, said Opala. Well, this tweet would say a little bit different. Only because GCW are saying that they tried to avoid this, which sort of makes it seem like this is not a situation that they were looking for, which would suggest that Zilla is doing something against their will. So, I don't know. I don't know what that means. I don't know if this means that he's trying to get out of his contract and he's trying to leave and he's trying to go to WWE and he's trying to force it, or if WWE aren't involved and he's just being problematic. That is obviously not a good sign, is it? I don't know. I don't know what's happening at the moment. There's a tweet from WrestleVotes, but I'm not going to read it because I think there's a bit of a spoiler in there, so we'll just leave that at the moment. Tell Manny Lemons that Ricky and Lenny Limes are cooking his beep. Okay, we are back to the action. Andrade is in the ring. We got LA Knight on the outsides. Or LA Knight, sorry, in the corner. Andrade in control. I mean, I don't know about you, but I'm just waiting for Carmelo, really. I'm fairly confident Carmelo is going to be getting involved here. Right now, we've got Andrade going over in the corner, charging over. Double knees, but LA Knight moves out the way. LA Knight moves out the way. 1, 2. F wrestle votes. I hate them more than anyone, said James. Yeah, I don't get it. I really don't get it. I don't understand why they consistently put stuff out that is to do with the show that's either about to start or has started. I sort of feel like it's a way of bragging that you've got sources, you know? Because I believe them. I think they're good. They always seem to come through. But can't you put it like up on a website or something? Put it somewhere that's like, listen, we've got information. We're not going to spoil it. If you want to read it, click here or something. Even if it's something like that, rather than just literally putting it out on X where you can't help but see it, you know? So again, no spoilers. I'm not going to read it out. It's different if it's going to be something in the future. If it's like weeks away. But the one that I have big problems with is something that we're literally like going to see on the show that we're watching, you know? Right now, we've got LA Knight round the back of Andrade, and he's looking for a suplex. Would you see Fatu winning a world title? Jacob. I could see Jacob, yes. I don't know about Zilla. I just don't know much about Zilla. But Jacob, yes. Andrade looking for a moonsault. Oh, lovely. Love that. Moonsault. LA Knight tried to move out the way and he went into a standing moonsault. Great work there by Andrade. Great work by Andrade. Wrestling votes are terrible, said LSW. Hello, LSW. If you want to categorize them, leave eyeball emojis, random messages. It's not journalism, it's trolling. Well, they do that. This one, though, is a bit more specific. Shoulder up there by LA Knight. Yeah, not a bad little match, this. Considering the commercial interruptions. Crowd are making a little bit of noise as Andrade is grabbing LA. He's trying to get him up, lands on his feet. Jawbreaker by Andrade. Andrade against the ropes, gets scooped up there by LA. Wow, brilliant work. LA has got Andrade on his shoulder and drives Andrade down. LA Knight is climbing up. He's on that middle rope. Goes up, drops the elbow. Does anyone else think LA Knight's hype has disappeared? Well, the crowd are pretty fired up right now as LA was going for BFT, doesn't get it. Andrade rolls him up. Oh, back elbow by Andrade. 1, 2. Oh, that was real close. That was real close. Brilliant back elbow there by Andrade, who's got a big smile on his face because he knows that they're cooking. This is our first match, and they have given it time. And right now, we've got Andrade trying to go up in the corner. LA Knight is being dragged up as well. I don't know what we're looking for here. Headbutt. LA Knight goes down. Andrade trying to get up. Look at the selling there by Andrade. Andrade, oh, look at LA Knight really struggling. And I love the fact that's not worked for him. That's good. Oh, misses with the missile drop kick. Misses with the missile drop kick. So, oh, BFT connects. 2, 3. Wow. It's a clean win for LA Knight. But even the little botchy kind of moments in there, I really feel like they added to the match. I really feel like Andrade, like, really struggling to compose himself, selling in the corner. Like, he didn't just no-sell it and just hit his move. He was, like, struggling, and that allowed LA Knight to, like, jump up into the corner, but LA Knight couldn't get his foot in. He kept botching it. And so that meant then that Andrade had time to go and try and hit that missile dropkick. He hits the, well, he tries to, misses with the missile dropkick. This is where LA Knight gets the BFT. So the whole thing, it might have not, like, been executed perfectly, but it still played into the match. And the end result is that LA Knight was able to get that BFT, put Andrade away, and no outside interference. It's really good to see a clean win as well, because that just had Carmelo getting involved written all over it. But Andrade had his opportunity. He went toe-to-toe with LA Knight, and that's a good, credible win for LA Knight. It's a good, credible win. There's a show of respect between LA Knight and... looked a little bit of confusion there. Oh, look, there's a bit of blood actually on the side of the face. He wanted a fist bump. He wanted a fist bump, but Andrade wanted to shake hands. He didn't want to shake his hand. I don't know why LA Knight didn't want to shake Andrade's hand. I don't know what that was about. It was a bit unnecessarily awkward, where he was like, fist bump me, and Andrade was like, no, I'm going to shake your hands. And like, it was like, I don't want to shake your hand. Just shake his hand. I'm not sure what that was about. Right. LA Knight thanking Andrade for saving his arse, said Sis. Okay, so we got Nia and we got Tiffany backstage. We need to get a poll up, don't we, to see what people thought about that match. Don't forget. Yeah. If you lose tonight, it might be a good idea if you leave SmackDown. But does that mean that she would leave SmackDown? Or is she just saying it would be a good idea if you did? Okay, coming up next is the Roman Cody face-to-face. Roman Cody face-to-face. So, LA Knight against Andrade. Get your scores in. We've got the commercial for Saturday night's main events. Dun 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 dun. Right. Stephanie McCourt basically was unprofessional and peed off with the company that she was in before. This could be the same situation that Zilla is in, says Opala. Well, maybe. I don't know. I mean, I can't comment on Stephanie because I don't really know her history. So I don't know. I mean, the only thing I do know is that Zilla, I've heard stuff about him previous. So if we've got another example of that, is that something that would concern WWE? Probably not, because I'm sure that his family would go to bat for him and say, listen, we can control him. He won't do wrong. We can guarantee he'll turn up to shows and all that stuff. But I could understand in normal situations WWE being concerned by something like that, because that's, you know, you don't want to invest in someone that's going to be no show in shows or holding you to ransom, or I mean, it's not a good look. It's not a good look. But as you said, you know, if Stephanie McCourt has done the same, which I'm not aware of, I believe you. It was not a barrier for her coming in. And I would think it'd be a less barrier for a Fatu, a member of the Anoa'i family, because they will always, of course, go to bat for their own. So, but it would be interesting to get some more details on that, wouldn't it? It would be interesting to find out the deets. La 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 la. This is going to be good. It's been an intense tease. Alpha Ginger said, referring to Hogan and CM Punk news on Wrestle Votes. No, I was referring to something different, actually. I was not referring to any Hogan or Punk news. Right, coming up next, we do have Cody and Roman. Yeah, GCW said, we wish him the best. We wish him the best. Corey said, it's not a good look as this happened in Reality of Wrestling. And now in GCW, Reality of Wrestling is where I saw that before, yes. Although Pro Wrestling Bites said he must take after Jacob, who also enjoyed or loved no-showing promotions. So again, is it going to be a barrier? Is it going to be a problem to him coming into WWE? It would seem not. Because if Stephanie Vacora's got a history of doing something similar and Jacob's got a history of doing something similar, it didn't prevent them coming to WWE. People say negative things about Jacob and they bring up his past, but now they love him. It's fickle clickbaiters. I just ignore them, said Sis. Well, to be honest, we spoke about his past, but only because people asked, would he come into WWE? And my answer was, no, I don't think so, because he's a brilliant talent. He's an amazing talent. I mean, I don't think people are too surprised, people that watched him in MLW. I'm surprised. I didn't expect him to be this good. But he was always someone that was like a world champion in MLW and had like great matches with Hammerstone, and you knew that he was a talent. And you only have to look at him to see, I mean, he was actually bigger than he is now. Everything about him screamed WWE superstar, but consistently year after year after year after year after year, they didn't sign him. I know that he was under long-term deals, but they never signed him, even when his contract was coming up. And so the thought was that it was his past. It was the fact that he's got like a criminal past. He's been in prison, you know. That must be a barrier for him coming into WWE. So that's why his past was mentioned a lot, because I think it was always seen as a barrier. But now it's not a barrier. He's in. He's awesome, isn't he? Here's Carmelo. You're washed. Oh, look, we've got Andrade and Carmelo going at it. He says you're washed. Into the backstage trunk goes Carmelo. We've got shots being exchanged here between the both of them. We've got a load of referees trying to separate them. Oh, man, his hair. He just went into the camera and he's... I don't know if he's put water on his hair or if that's sweat, but it's all over the camera now. Ugh. Ugh. I hope it was water. Look, he got his... It's all over the camera. Okay, Cody Rhodes, Roman Reigns. Andrade doesn't like being fisted. Wow, I can't say I blame him. Okay, great. 63. Okay, here we go. Atlanta. Let's see what we're dealing with. What are we actually getting here? This is going to be, I'm guessing, these two trying to put their differences to one side. Interesting doing it here rather than on the show, which is kind of what I would have expected. There's a big entourage, lots of these Chevrolets going into this stadium. So we've got these vehicles. Roman stepping out. Who is in the other cars? Is that his security or something? It's like a presidential motorcade, isn't it? So Roman is walking to the center. He's making his way to the center logo that says GT. He's having a little look around, probably reminiscing. And now we've got a shot of just a single car. Nice car, though. I don't know what it is. It's a car. It hasn't got a badge on the front, though. And here is Cody Rhodes. Where was the entourage when Jacob attacked Roman? Said Johnny. It's a good question, that. It's a good question. Amin, shout out to you. Yeah, Joshua Dubois is going to be a lot of fun, man. LB said it's a smart move. The crowd won't have to choose or be a factor. Yeah. It's got a big cinematic feel in it, considering it's just two boomers face to face in a field. You can hear a pin drop. See the ground just standing on. Everything you put your eyes on here is mine. Ah! Footage of Roman when he played. This is my field. This is my stadium. This is my city. What have you done for my city? The Omni. This is my home. Really good. You played football here? Thank you. I love that line. Let's cut to the chase. You have everything to lose. They took Jimmy from me. They took my wise man. They took my bloodline. And they took my Ulafala. I don't have anything to lose. This is so good, isn't it? This is so good. I told you you'd be a chief without a tribe. They took Jimmy, they took your wise man, they took the Ulafala. Think you've got nothing to lose? Okay. We have a tribal chief. We have a champion. It's not you. This is so good. Cinematic. Cinema. Lee, you're right. They love that cinema line, don't they? So, talking about, you know, you're nothing. You need this. Tell me what you want, says Roman. I want your word. I want your word that you'll have my back so that I can have yours. Roman said, I give you my words. I'll have your back. But when it's done, I'm taking back Brandy Rhodes. Probably the championship, but it'd be cool if he meant Brandy. He went to walk. It's not yours to take. Cody tells him it's not yours to take. Oof. Roman tells Cody, you're in my way. Cody moves and he says, you're in my way in life. Still no love lost between them. Really good. Didn't know what was going to be said there. And I did wonder if Roman might say, like, thank you. He doesn't. He made it clear he didn't need Cody, though. Kevin was watching. What's Kevin got to say? Lost for words. I don't blame him. I don't blame him. Lost for words. Am I right in thinking the 7 cars were for the 7 WrestleMania main events? Because when Cody said 7, that's subtle. My brain went, WrestleMania main events? Does that mean there's no one in the cars? We thought he had this big entourage, but they're just empty cars. Yeah, I thought that was really great. And I think that you wouldn't want to overdo those kind of segments because those segments need to feel epic. Like they should be saved for like really seriously big moments. And I love the fact that they're making this a seriously big moment, you know? I thought it was really good. Really, really good. I think it just gives you that depth. You know, this is what I'm missing with the new Bloodline, really, is I want to know what they think, what their concerns are, what their frustrations are, what they're happy about, not happy about. You can only find that out with, like, promos, really, backstage promos, and we just don't get that with the new Bloodline. But it's nice to see that with this Roman and Cody situation, we really know their concerns. We know where they both stand. We know they're not best friends. We know there's going to be serious, can they coexist? It was really good. And it was shot really well, and it felt epic, and it felt cinematic, and more of it, please. Nita Nitro said it was awesome. It made me feel the same way as the Mania press conference did. Tyler said Cody has got no idea what he's dealing with. Wrestling Proud said, let's do a poll on that segment. That's a good shout. Let's. Jay, do Galu said, KO wasn't messing with that. He's going to Randy to complain right now. Wrestle with Andy, hello. Imagine heel Cody face Roman at Mania 1 year to complete the trilogy, maybe at Mania 42. Well, the rumor is Rock Roman at Mania 42, Cody Rock at 41. So if you were going to do it, you might have to wait that a bit longer, which is good because I personally don't think we should have Cody turning anytime soon. I think that he is a great babyface. So yeah, not a match that I'm looking for actually at the moment. Not a match that I'm expecting us to get either, to be honest. I think they're sort of teasing it because, you know, we need to know that Roman has still got ambitions to get his title back. And we still need to see Roman as a top star. I don't think Roman's going to be willing to just accept being second best now. So you've got to tease that tension between them. But I'm not expecting it to lead to a match anytime soon. Roman said that I'm going to be coming for that, but word on the street is Roman solo is the plan for WrestleMania. Sort of suggests that this story that he's embarking in now with the Bloodline, it ain't ending anytime soon. So, Rock, Cody, Roman, solo is, I believe, what's penciled for WrestleMania. So it gives us an idea as to how this is all going to play, you know. Undercover Manager said the 7 cards was signifying the 7 members of the Bloodline. When Roman turns on Cody, the 7 being Roman, Heyman, Jimmy, Jay, Solo, the Two Tongers, and Jacob. That was my thoughts. Okay. I mean, I don't know. I read it as WrestleManias. But maybe it was something to do with members. Yeah. Yeah, there's Kevin Owens. We are back to the action. Okay, Apollo Crews in the ring. Here's Giovanni Vinci. So we're getting our rematch. 7 Uber cards, said White Walker. Giovanni versus Apollo. I need to watch a movie now, said George. Oh, imagine a movie between Roman and Cody. That would be sick, wouldn't it? 1 for him, 1 for his wife, 1 for each kid. That's how Roman travels, said Neat to Nitro. Opala, shout out to you, says, I wish he'd have Cody, Kevin, and Randy leave the Bloodline and then do Bloodline. Sam says, Braun versus Bronson's next match must be Last Man Standing. Yeah. I mean, I feel like we're definitely building towards something. I mean, I don't know if you put them in a cage or a Hell in a Cell to try and keep the carnage contained. Okay. It's a good point by Corey. Corey's saying what? So Roman can take his time, but Giovanni, like, he's got to take his jacket off super quick, is he? Quick kicks coming in there by Giovanni. He goes walking over. He grabs Apollo. Uppercut there by Giovanni. Chop coming in. And again. Another big chop coming in. Giovanni unloading on Apollo. Big strike. Vinci coming over, but a chop coming back there by Apollo. Forearm strike by Apollo. I wonder how long this match will go, said Christopher. Well, Apollo in the corner. Big boot. Vinci. Big clothesline. Apollo goes down. Right now, we've got Giovanni throwing in some big shots. on Apollo. Apollo down. Kick coming in there by Giovanni. So it's already been a bit more competitive. I mean, it would be harder for it to be less competitive than the first time they met. But right now we've got Giovanni slamming Apollo down. And again, he's kind of power slamming him down against the ropes so that Apollo's legs hit the ropes as he's being slammed. That's not something you tend to see. Right now, looking for a power bomb. He's got, oh no, roll up there by Apollo. 1, 2, 3, and Apollo gets the pin and the win. So it was a roll up there by Apollo, and I can tell you that that was what WrestleVotes reported. WrestleVotes said double or nothing, I suppose. So they sort of teased that this was going to go the same way. I must admit, it went longer than I was anticipating. But commentary are still talking about how Giovanni has been embarrassed. So the scores have come in for the promo. It's 42% all time. People have really enjoyed that. 42 all time, 42 great. 12 to it's all time that gets it, you know. All time gets that for that Cody and Roman. Giovanni snaps. Vinci should have won, said Dro. Brony said, I don't get it. Why are they doing this to him? They're just being awful, aren't they? Just awful people. Here's Kevin. Look, now Byron's coming over to have a word with Kevin. Kevin's looking really lost. No offense. Ooh, I'll do it out there. Right, Kevin Owens is going to head to the ring and he is going to talk about it out there. Listen, he's got to be upset, hasn't he? He's got to be. All the stuff the Bloodline have done. All the stuff that the Bloodline have done. And you're going to join up with the head of the snake. To what? Help bring down his problem? All right, they might have attacked Cody and they might still be a bit of a problem in WWE, but let them destroy themselves. Let Roman get destroyed by this new bloodline. That removes a problem. Why are we helping save Roman? So what if he came to your aid? He didn't do it to help you. He's been very clear about that. He's got to be upset, hasn't he? And you can understand why he would be. Hayden said it's 0-2 Giovanni against Apollo. Lisa said, imagine a South Park episode where Vince has trouble disciplining Eric Cartman. I mean, I wouldn't do that now, to be honest. Russ said, what was the hype package for a match a few months ago with the sentimental music? Was it Cody or AJ or something? I don't remember. A package with sentimental music. Well, I'm sure Cody had one as we were trying to finish the story. But if we're talking post WrestleMania, I can't remember one. What's been emotional? Drew? Punk being attacked, maybe? Don't know. Can't remember one. He lost twice to the biggest jobber, said AB Jobson. Brian said, is Vinci going to have a gimmick beyond just being the Italian guy? It's almost like how Kozlov was the Russian guy. Well, I mean, I don't know what they're going to do with him. I don't think that they're trying to create a massive star. I don't get that impression. I think they're just trying to create a solid mid-carder, really. I don't know. This is the way they're going about it. I mean, what I will say is they're getting us to talk about him. So, I don't know. I'm not... I don't love it. I'm not really against it. I'm just sort of watching it and seeing where it goes, really. Is there a better way of building him? Yeah, probably. But let's see where it kind of goes. I don't think they're trying to create the next big superstar here, you know? I never thought someone would have jobbed to Cruz, said Panic Statics. Shadam said Cody has got one on WrestleMania 40. Kim Shane said Vinci is the new Brian Myers. He's just going to lose every week. Dakota said Jimmy, Roman, Jay, Roman, Zilla, Dean Ambrose. Wow, we won't be getting Dean, unfortunately. Do you know when Jimmy's going to return? Said Amin. No, no one does. And these tweets from Rikishi haven't helped. Scott, shout out to you. Hope you are well, my friends. Welcome, welcome. Mayor Pete said SmackDown needed that opening. They actually showed some personality for each of the Bloodline members. So the bit where they were coming through the security thing and they attacked the security guys. Yeah, I think them being unhinged and attacking anyone, it's always a good thing to show, I agree. I think I'd like a bit more depth than that, though, with like some behind-the-scenes kind of, you know, are they just constantly looking to rip people apart? Are they being held back? What do they want to do compared to what Solo wants to do? Or are they on the same page and they're just happy to wait? Or Solo was always warned. So I think it would be good if we saw them coming up with ideas like we could do this and Solo being like, no. I think it'd be good if Solo was the one that was like holding them back and they actually want to do more stuff. They want to attack more people because that's what Heyman always said. Is like, you know, we never brought these guys in because they are unhinged. They're uncontrollable. So I would like to see, like, you know, more of that. But as you said, good to just see anything, really. Good to see anything from them. Here's Kevin Owens making his way out. Please welcome. Yeah, he's not a happy bunny, is he? He's making his way down, and there's certainly no sign of a smile. No sign of anything resembling joy. What is he about to say? We're about to find out exactly what is on the mind of the prize fighter. They made his life hell for 4+ years. Yeah, Kevin Owens helped Cody on many occasions. So commentary doing a good job here of painting a picture that this is going to be a problem. Does feel a little bit more like pre-WrestleMania, doesn't it? Where we've just had a big cinematic video package. And now we've got a real juicy promo here from someone that we're very interested to find out how he's reacting to all of this. Crowd are chanting KO. KO and Randy about to bust Cody, said Prince Bowie. I wonder if the Bloodline come out and attack KO, said Christopher. Where's Ricky, said Sam. He's dead. He's dead. Okay. Byron asked me twice. A lot of people are wondering what I think. Is he going to swerve us? I really feel like he's not going to like it, but I don't know. I gotta be honest. Well, he was talking, but Tama Tonga is coming out. I didn't recognize this music, you know. Yeah. This is a yeah. This is a thing. Yeah. This is a thing now. Yeah. Smart. You better let the right-hand man speak. Wow, look, we're getting promo time for the new Bloodline. Big mistake. Had a little bit of gold dust about it there. Look at KO, he's like... By orders of the real tribal chief. No one has ever heard anything you've had to say, ever. Just get up here. Here we go. So they jump on the edge of the ring. Bloodline trying to attack. Oh, look, Kevin staring at Jacob. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Kevin Owens is standing in the ring looking at Jacob. Kevin Owens telling, oh, these two throwing in some big shots. Listen, Jacob didn't knock Kevin down. They just started throwing at each other. That'd be a big match, man. That would be a fantastic match. Here's DIY. DIY coming down to the ring. DIY going after Gorillas. We've got Jacob to the outside. So the faces doing well at the moment. Lovely. Shatter Machine by DIY. Yeah, okay, not bad. We didn't get the answer from Kevin. I think we can sort of guess what he was going to say. But I really enjoyed that Jacob-Kevin confrontation. That was sick. And hearing Tama get to say a few words, that was awesome as well, yeah. Right, we've had refs come down. Ugh. There's three of you. There's three of you. Can you see where I'm going? Gauntlet match? Gauntlet match. All right, main event. Main event tonight. LS Dub said DIY not finished with Bloodline. They'll get the titles back at some point and be champs going into WrestleMania. I agree. I agree. Six-man tag match. Yep, that's our main event tonight. This is when Teddy Long comes out. Okay. We've got Naomi, we've got Bayley. So, Naomi said, I've been waiting for a title opportunity. We're in this together, says Bayley. Oh. So they're both saying, look, when I win, you'll be the first to get a title opportunity. Right, it's that match coming up now. Nia and Tiffany against Naomi and Bayley. Oh, hang on. Naomi and Bayley. Okay, tornado tag. So they're all going to be in at the same time, which is better. That is better. And let's see where this goes. I'm guessing that it is going to be a win for one of the faces. I mean, we've got to find an opponent for Nia. But then I think I'm right in saying no one goes to Raw then. Okay. Main event, I expect it to be pretty typical. Powerbomb Kevin through the announce table, stand there, make faces, show end, says Matt. Pappy Croc said Naomi deserves a one-on-one title shot. Only one she had was a triple threat with Tiffy. Sonny says boobies. LS Dub said that felt like they were trying to intentionally keep Solo off TV to make him feel like a bigger deal. I don't hate it. I would like to see more Tama promos if he cuts out whatever that sound was. Sis said it's time for Naomi. Amin said, do we think Joshua is going to leave as champion tomorrow? I think so. I suppose the bigger question is, if he doesn't win, what does he do after? If he doesn't win, what does he do? Does he just walk away? Like, I don't know. So yeah, it's going to be very interesting tomorrow. Very, very interesting. 96,000 people. And the big question is going to be, what do you do with AJ if he loses? If he wins, he becomes champ. If he loses, he's just had to work so hard getting back to a title opportunity. I think he would stay. I don't think he would retire. I think he's in the mix, but it would knock him back again, wouldn't it? He'd have to get another couple of wins to get back, and that's... it's been a slog, man. Since he lost to Usyk, he's had, I think, 4 fights. It's been a couple of years. And now he's got an opportunity at a world title, but if he loses, he's probably going to have to wait another year, win another couple of fights. Like, that's going to be hard. That's going to be a big knot for him. So I don't think he would retire, but there's definitely a lot at stake tomorrow. It's good. It's exciting. Lots of excitement in the UK about it. Amethyst Pieces said, where is Roman and Cody? It would suck to go to the show and not see the champion at least. Well, the only thing I'd say is that's pretty normal. When Roman was champion, we didn't have him around. So I can sort of understand, like, Cody not being there sometimes. But I don't know. I mean, like, he's definitely someone that's been there week in, week out. He's been doing all the house shows and everything. So if he's not there this week, it's a bit of an exception, to be honest. But still a hell of a lot better than when Roman was champion. But yeah, I could understand there being disappointment if you went to this one. You didn't see Cody. Cody wasn't there. I agree. But it's probably going to happen some point times, isn't it? But they haven't announced him for this one. I haven't seen any adverts for him apart from that segment that we had that was pre-recorded. Duran said, if Naomi wins and then wins the title, do we think she brings back her belt? I hope not. That's a good question. I mean, they did sort of tease a new belt for Cody, didn't they? Like, Cody has said quite a few times, like, if I win, how about we change the belt? I'd love to get the Winged Eagle belt back. And it's not happened. So I don't know. I mean, I think the belts, we live in a world now where, like, marketing is so important. I don't, like, you need to really get stuff signed off if you want to change stuff. It's not as easy to just change stuff anymore, because there's, like, loads of graphics that have to be changed, and there's, like, do you know what I mean, there's a cost that's involved with, like, just changing stuff. So I'm not saying that's the barrier. I think the problem with the Winged Eagle is that you can't look at it on social media and know what the belt represents. The WWE logo at the top is very small. And honestly, I think that's the biggest barrier. We live in an age where the Instagram, TikTok, you know, you might see a picture of someone and you won't know who they are or what they do. But if you see the WWE logo on the belt, you'll know what they represent. Problem with the Winged Eagle is that WWE logo is too small. So, yeah, that is a problem, to be honest. And it might mean that the Winged Eagle comes back and is bigger. So it'd be a different belt, but then that means a new design. And then you start going down those roads. So if Naomi wins, will she bring back hers? Well, it would be easier to bring back hers, but hers was, again, a different design to the current belt. Because the current belt is the same as... It's gold, isn't it? It's the same as the men's, just on a white strap. So it'd mean changing that, which we haven't done. So, I don't know. I don't think it's drastically different. But I'm probably going to lean towards no. I don't think she would. Just because of the amount of stuff you'd have to change, and I don't think they'd give her a long run. If it was a long run, then maybe they would be willing to do it, but... I think she could get this match, though. Brony said, the new graphics are good. I hope the Winged Eagle returns, said Durant. I do as well. I'd love for it to come back. But I am doing good. King Yeti said Spartan. Hello, Spartan. Shout out to you. Six-man tag main event is exactly why SmackDown is better off being 2 hours. Could you imagine how difficult it would be trying to sell a fresh main event match each week? Well, I mean, it's not a match that I would have thought this would have been the main event, to be honest. This has got a lot of stipulation riding on it. But, I mean, this show is 2 hours, isn't it? And we're still getting that as the main event, so... It is random. It is weird, because it does beg the question, what was your main event? So, in kayfabe, you've got to the show, you've planned your show, you've started your show, and then during the show... You've just made a brand new main event. So what was your main event? Was this your main event? What was your main event? Okay, so Bailey and Naomi have made their way down. Naomi's got some, like, glow overalls on. Looks quite good. Right, here we go. We are underway. Naomi goes into the corner. This should be pretty bonkers, shouldn't it, actually? Nia in the corner, Naomi unloading on her. If Naomi loses and does have to leave, I wonder if it's due to what's going on with Jimmy, said the janitor. Well, let's find out. Let's cross that bridge when we find out. Mayor Pete said, stop worrying about SmackDown being 3 hours. The show will be different with The Rock and Bloodline really cooking, starting in January when it starts. That's a good point. That's a good point. And it's for like 6 months, isn't it? So, I mean, to be honest, I'll take a 3 hour SmackDown as we head to WrestleMania. So, it's a good point. We've got Tiffany charging over. We got a shoulder tackle there by Bailey. Bailey and Naomi working together. Nia is down. They both go against the ropes. Double clothesline. Nia down. And they both go for the pin to... Yeah, they're already getting in each other's way. Down goes Bailey. Knee there by Naomi. Naomi against the ropes. Nia picks up Naomi and slams her down. Bailey comes over, forearm strike, but Tiffany back in the ring. Bailey goes down. Tiffany going over to the corner. Nia picking up Bailey. Tiffany. Oh, that's a nice tag team move. Samoan drop into like swinging net breaker, Samoan drop combo. Commercial break. AB said, I missed Unseen. Was there anything that was unseen? There's lots of stuff that's been happening away from the show, yes, but there's a lot of stuff that we need to talk about, yeah. Unseen tonight will have a lot of stuff in it. We've got the Wyatt stuff and whatever. No Plutos that I've seen, actually. That's a talking point. We're an hour and 16 minutes in. I haven't seen any Plutos. So we are keeping an eye out for those. But, lots to talk about, but I don't think there's anything like massive coming out of SmackDown. I think it's just praise for that cinematic moment, really. That's the big talking point, I would say, is the Cody segment and the praise that I'm sure people will have for that. Right, Daze, do we think that we get Saturday Night Wars because Saturday Night main event with Collision? No, I don't think so, but just because, like, I think Saturday Night's main event should do pretty well, to be honest. I mean, I suppose it'll be a little bit different in the sense of, I think you will with the first one, but I'm guessing that WWE are going to stack that so much, and they're going to really build up stories and have legends and really make a massive deal out of it, because there's only 4 in 12 months. There's only 4 of them, so we don't go up against Collision every week. So I think you really, make a big... And they are, aren't they? I mean, they've got video packages going, and, Collision's just on every week, isn't it? Whereas this is special. And I think it's going to have, quite a build. So, and, no offense, WWE are bigger than AEW. And we're talking main roster stars. So maybe that first one, people will be interested to see what the numbers are. I'll be interested to see what the numbers are. I expect WWE to win. I suppose the question is by how much. And I think if it is a battering, if it is going to be like 1.5 plays 300,000 or something like that, I'm not sure there'll be any Saturday Night War then. Because I think the message will be sent that Collision is just... Well, I think Collision is around about... It doesn't do Dynamite numbers. It doesn't do like 600,000-700,000. And I think there'd be a big disappointment if Saturday Night's main event does a number as bad as 600,000-700,000. So I'm expecting 1-point-something million for Saturday Night's main event. And I'd be expecting Collision to do, I don't know, 400,000. I don't know what it does. Something like that. I think that the gap will be so wide, there won't be a Saturday Night War. If the narrative becomes Collision versus Saturday Night's main event, Saturday Night's main event will thoroughly spank Collision, said LS-Dub. I know Chris, but he is kind of stupid. Going 3 hours just to go back to 2, says Brony. Stick with 3 or 2, says Brony. Did you see the reports that Warner Brothers Discovery is soon going to take Rampage away? Ratings have plummeted, and they are now stuck in the 200,000 range. Yeah, I did, and I didn't quite understand it, because when I first saw the report, it said 3 shows twice a week. And now people are telling me that the 3 shows, one of them is Shockwave, but I'm under the impression Shockwave is going to go to Fox and not be on TBS or TNT, so I don't know. I don't know if the initial information was incorrect, but I distinctly remember hearing about the deal being 3 shows twice a week. So I'm a bit confused by Rampage getting cut, if that's where we're going. But yes, that has been reported, yes. Right, we're back to the show, and we're on the outside of the ring. We've got Tiffany trying to get to the entranceway. Is she doing a runner? Bailey's going after her. We've got 40 minutes left to go, my friends. We know what our main event's going to be. We need to get the result here. I'm sure there's going to be maybe a little bit more to do with Kevin. I do love the fact we've given Bloodline a bit more focus. The new Bloodline. That's been a success tonight. Nice crossbody there by Naomi on Nia. Nia goes down. Right now, Bailey and Naomi going over to Tiffany. They are happy that they've dealt with Nia. Tiffany going into the ring. Tiffany Clothesline, down goes Naomi. Oh, no joy. Looking for what are we going for? She's got Bayley by the head, but Nia goes up. Kick misses. That kick missed by a little bit there by Naomi. Naomi grabs the leg of Bayley and she gets Bayley off of Tiffany. Bayley's like, okay. She tells her to move out the way. Naomi goes down. Bayley jumps on the back of Nia. Bayley goes down again. Kick coming in there by Naomi. Bayley and Naomi trying to work together here as Nia goes against the ropes. They try and pick her up. Wow! Big back body drop there. As Naomi and Bayley work together. Bayley is all kind of fired up. Look at that. I don't know that I've ever seen Nia get, like, back body dropped. I've seen her slammed. Nia back up on her feet. Bayley charging over. Back elbow there by Nia. Bayley goes down. Oh! Naomi is planted. And she's in a bit of a vulnerable position here because she might get annihilated. Right now, Naomi is down. We've got Nia Jax climbing up. She's looking for the Annihilator. She's going for the... No joy. No joy. Bayley unloading on Nia. Some big shots coming in. Bayley climbing up. Naomi climbing up. Now here's Tiffany. She grabs the leg of Bayley and Naomi. Nia was caught in the corner. She goes down. Bayley in the corner. Big boot there by Bayley. It is Carnage. Oh. 1, 2. Kick out. So Nia pinned Naomi at the same time that Bayley pinned Tiffany. Nia still took out Naomi, said AB. Amin, shout out to you. Yeah, match is continuing at the moment as we've got Tiffany getting hurled face first into the corner. We got Bayley chances. Naomi and Bayley are both climbing up. They're both trying to grab Tiffany. Headbutt. Bayley goes down. Shots coming into the midsection. Nia Jax has got Naomi. She's going to look for a power bomb. Oh, lovely. Face first. Nia goes down. 1, 2. Oh. So she goes for the swanton, but Tiffany ends up landing on Nia. Tiffany is apologizing to Nia as Bayley and Naomi have only got Tiffany to deal with. Nia is still down. Goes against the ropes. Do you sense the buzz around NXT's premiere on CW? They've built it hard. Yeah, I can actually. I think they've done a good job of the first one. Obviously a bit disappointing about the change of venue for the second one. I mean, there's no escaping that. That is disappointing. Oh, Samoan drop. Bayley goes down. Oh, 1, 2, 3. So Naomi and Bayley both pin Nia. So Nia is pinned. So I think that means that Bayley and Naomi are both going to get this title opportunity. Nia is shocked. Okay, let's get match score. This isn't fair to the Queen, says Corey Graves. I'm a Villain said called it. Did you watch the press conference? I did, yes, it was good. Her legs were under the ropes, said the Beach Kevin. All right, good. No one gets a title shot there. Nia can't believe it. Right, commercial break. Jim said triple threat at Bad Bloods. Lisa said, I still have hope for Giovanni as the next Italian strongman. Let's go. Raw is going to go to Netflix in January, said Scottish Nightmare. Yes. Scott said that was a bit of a mess. Sis said that was good. Wrestler Andy said, whatever happened to Blair Davenport with Albafire and Isla Dawn? I don't know, that whole thing just sort of went a bit quiet, didn't it, really? Yeah, it's not really a focus anymore. Lovely. I hope that Jimmy will return here, said I'm a Villain. There's no way the main event will go 30 minutes, said Amethyst. Yeah, we've still got 34 minutes. That is true, actually. This show has felt quite long, I've thought. Not bad, just long. Just felt like there's, you know, fair few bits going on. Perhaps it was because of that cinematic moment that was so good and so big and so satisfying. We've had like that dropped quite early, all things considered. Albino said, hopefully everyone's going to stop asking how this is going to work and just wait. Ricky last week and now this, says Albino. Ricky is the Jason Statham of WWE, said MXXS. AB said that made no sense. But Wrestle Night said the tag match was incredible. Tyler said, I thought SmackDown was 3 hours. No, not yet. It is going to be 3 hours, but I think, is it January next year for 6 months? Fred said, are you excited for SmackDown to be 3 hours? I answered it earlier as someone that does watch-alongs, I am. Because that's brilliant. I mean, that's more kind of time for us, isn't it, really, to enjoy talking about the show and watching things. As a fan, I'm a bit worried because I'm not looking for shows to go to 3 hours. I think you can have a banging 2 hour show, but by and large, it always seems to be a struggle to do 3 hours. But there's been some good points made that this year has felt better with Raw. So maybe, you know, Triple H has kind of cracked it. And again, another good point was, well, next year we'll have Rock, we'll be building to WrestleMania. It's kind of hard to be down to having a third hour when really SmackDown should be at its best point, you know? If ever, you know, I think there's no doubt that the best time for WWE is between Royal Rumble and WrestleMania. That is Christmas. That is peak WWE, is between Rumble and WrestleMania. That's where you get your biggest build, your biggest storylines, your biggest moments. Like that is the top. That is the best. So if we're gonna have SmackDown be 3 hours at that point, hopefully we eat good. So yeah, I'm gonna say I'm for it, but there is some concern there. As we go back from commercial break, Lisa said, would you see WWE doing 4 hours if they got paid? I think Nick Khan once answered that question when he kind of took over. They were asking about the length of the shows, and he said, I'd do 4 hours if I could. Listen, they've got one priority, one focus, and sadly, it's not good content. It's how much money can we make? How do we get more dollars coming into the bank account? And if getting another hour of TV time is going to do that for them, then they will do that. They are a business, first and foremost. And then it's someone else's. It's Triple H's problem to try and make that TV time actually successful, actually good. But, you know, you worry about that afterwards. We're just looking at the signs. The only tribal chief. KO, you are my hero. I'm a coal miner. That is true. He did go through a period where he loved antlers. Sign in the crowd said, I'm a coal miner. Oh, yeah, I forgot about this. Looks like it's time to take the trash out. Yeah, I forgot this garbage match, this trash match. Michin's home turf. This is Chelsea practicing the dumpster trash match. Is that you I hear, Michin? Who's in there? Oh my god, what was it? It was a raccoon. When is this match? Is it this week or next week or? So she's training. Yeah. Yeah, Michael Cole, calm down. Corey's lost for words. So we gotta wait 2 weeks for it. That'll be good though, won't it? That'll be a lot of fun, that will. That'll be a lot of fun. Next week we've got Andrade against Carmelo again. Yay! That is undoubtedly going to be 3-3. Okay, we're backstage with Bayley and Naomi. Oh, God. Both pin Nia. What's the solution? Oh my god. Next week they're going to go one-on-one. So this week was irrelevant! Ah! Why didn't they just do that this week? Honestly, there is not a match that has wound me up more than that match. It finds new ways of annoying me. It just keeps finding new ways. It's mind-blowing. Just when I'm like, forget it, doesn't matter, it's just a match, doesn't matter. They find a new way of going. Do you know what we're going to do now? We're going to book the singles match next week that a load of you said should have been happening this week. We're going to do it next week. Which means everything we watched tonight was irrelevant. Oh, hello. What's happening? Right, we've got DIY being attacked backstage. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. Hey? Oh, dearie me. So who's going to help him now then? What's happening? So here we got the Bloodline coming out. We got Kevin Owens. He's just going to go straight at the Bloodline. They're going to brawl in the entranceway. But who's going to come to his aid? Because we still need some sort of match. Because for some reason we don't have a main event. We had to make it during the show. I mean, if I'm Nick Aldis right now, I am sweating buckets because this is my main event and I've still got 25 minutes. He's gone looking, isn't he? Who can I get? Here's the Street Profits. Street Profits have come down, so looks like we're going to get Street Profits instead. That's okay. Street Profits are cool. Street Profits versus Bloodline. They've had some issues with Bloodline, so that makes sense. It's okay. It's a perfectly acceptable substitution. Right. Come on, Ricky, said Average. No, Ricky, unfortunately. No, Ricky. Lisa said Michael P.S. Cole is livid. No Pluto signs tonight, said Alexa. No Pluto signs. No Pluto signs. Ricky is going to come make the statement. There's no Ricky, unfortunately. No Ricky. Oh, Ricky, you're so fun. You're so fun. You blow my mind. Oh, Ricky. Substitute a babyface team with another team. Sure, said Alistair. Sure. Daze, wrestling finds ways of annoying us considerably, says Stone Cold Fella. Sometimes it's just the funniest thing, isn't it, really? I mean, that match, the match itself was fine. It was okay. I didn't love it. I didn't hate it. It was fine. It was fine. But we just looked at it beforehand and we were like, this doesn't make sense. If you want to find a #1 contender, you wouldn't, for a singles title, you wouldn't do a tag match. Well, you would, seemingly. And then you end up with them both, like, you know, drawing, which then means we have to end up doing the singles match that we should have just done anyway. We should have just done Bayley versus Naomi. Winner gets the title shot. And we should have just done that. And then, you know, ideally, we would have had just one winner. But who knows? You know, you could have had it whereby it was a double count out. You know, if you really wanted to waste a week, which is seemingly all they've done, is they've just looked at it and gone, no, let's waste that week. We don't need, we'll just do a match and it'll have a rubbish finish and then it'll set up another match. You could have still done the singles match this week and then done a rematch next week, but with a stipulation. Couldn't you? You could have done Bayley, Naomi. Could have been a count out. And so next week, do a cage match. That way you can't have a count out because they're in a cage. And so you could have done something like that where we try and find the #1 contender. And all the while you've got Nia and Tiffany loving the fact that Bayley and Naomi are ripping each other apart. These two friends are ripping each other apart, beating each other up because they both want a title. That's power, isn't it? That's power. That being able to sit there and watch two people that are good friends destroying each other, and you're the one that's like pulling the strings because they want what you've got. Like that's... They could have gloated on commentary, so that felt like the better thing to do, and obviously we've been very vocal about that, and now we've ended up there anyway. But, you know, you are right. Wrestling just... It's funny, isn't it? It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. But sometimes it is those little annoyances that just wind you up more than anything else. But it's fine. That'll be a good match. Bayley, Naomi. That'll be fun. So we've ended up there anyway. Right. How long have we got? We got 20 odd minutes, haven't we? 20 odd minutes. Bring back the Shockmaster, said AB. Let's go. Bring back the Shockmaster. They're bringing back Saturday night's main event. Obsession. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. I love the video package is so good. Hey, if you're in Long Island, you better go to that, because if that was near me, I'd be going to that. Saturday night's main event. I'd love it if they announced that there's going to be loads of legends there and it's going to have a real retro feel, because the video package has got a retro feel, hasn't it? So it'd be great if, like, they announced load of legends and whatnot. Tickets on sale at the Nassau Memorial Coliseum. So it's a big venue as well. It's a big venue. Obsession. Oh, that's very good. Here, look. So, Missy, thank you. I've added waste management to my resume. Oh my god, imagine if Billie Kay was around and she still had a resume. I will add it, actually. It's very good. Hub City News said, okay, but are you forklift certified? Missy, it is fun. I do like it. And I do like that from Hub City News as well. I'm leaving a like. Do I follow them? I do. But they don't follow me. But you know what? It was still such a good comment. I'm still leaving a like. I wouldn't follow me either, to be honest. Okay, we are underway. And it is KO. Did I write it out? Street Profits versus Bloodline. In my mind, I hadn't. Obsession. Hello, Tommy Toy Travels. Hope you are well. I have not seen your response, so I don't know what the sitch is. I did say to Tommy that apologies, I wouldn't be able to do Wrestling Escape Pod. I ended up going out. I actually went to a Bob Marley tribute thing, right? Which I'd forgotten about. But I went to it, and I still should have made it back in time, but it ended up going longer. Got a really great story for the Wrestling Escape Pod, though. I've got a great story. So I ended up going there, so that meant I wasn't free. But I am free on Sunday. Let's do Sunday. Yes. There we go. Okay, deal. I'm free. I'm here. We'll get that set up. Probably on Sunday, because there's boxing tomorrow. So once the boxing's done, I'll do Unseen, and then I'll set up the stream. So you'll have to let me know what time. I can do any time. Bob Marley is dead. Who did I go and see then? R.I.P. Bob Marley. A.B. Jobson says, where's B-Fab? She might be at Bob Marley's funeral, to be honest. I didn't realise he'd passed away, so that's pretty shocking news, isn't it? Right, okay, we are underway with this one, and we've got loads of time left, you know. We've still got a good 17 minutes. So, this is our main event. They've already announced that, so Tama Tonga is in there with Montez. Unseen is my girlfriend. She hasn't texted me in days because I told her to wear a choker. Oh, I'm really sorry to hear that you've got trouble with your girlfriend, Tommy. You'll have to keep us updated on Sunday about that. I always find, I'm just going to give you a quick piece of advice, right? And I know this isn't, oh my God, Jacob just colliding into Montez. Brutal. But yeah, quick piece of advice for Tommy Toy Travels, and I know that the women in the community will agree. If you say something to a woman whereby they seem to get so upset you then don't hear from them again, that's normally an indicator to keep going. So I would say that if you've asked her to wear a choker and she's got so upset with you that now she's not talking to you, what that says to me is that she wants you to keep talking about it. Maybe buy more chokers. Actually, I would say put your foot down even firmer with like, whereas before you might have asked, now you should demand. So before you was like, oh, would you mind wearing a choker? Now it's like you're wearing a choker. Otherwise, you can forget all of this. Yeah? All of this is gone. You're wearing a choker, right? You have to be very firm. You have to be very firm. So do that. Let me know how it goes. I'm looking forward to hearing about how your relationship's been repaired. Lovely moonsault by Jacob. We've seen him do it before, but it is very impressive. Very impressive. Kian said, that is really good relationship advice. Thank you. Thank you. Well, any long-term viewers of the Wrestling Escape Pod will know that I really value Tommy's relationship with his girlfriends, and I consistently try find ways of keeping them together and keeping their relationship strong. So it does upset me to hear that he is having relationship trouble. So I just try to help. I just try to do my best, really, and try and repair any friction. So it's always worked for me. It's always worked for me. Oh, would you mind putting this bag over your head because you're ugly? And then they don't talk to you. And then you're like, no, I'm not joking. Wear the bag. And then they do it and they actually take to it. And they really enjoy it. And then they start to think like, I don't know how I live my life without this bag. And, you know, I think that's why I've been happily married for 20 years. I'm only 21, so I was making big moves when I was young, and it's gone very, very well actually for me. So listen, you take whatever bits of information you want. No one else, though, listen to my advice, right? Just a quick, just a quick word. This is very specific to Tommy. Very specific. I would not give this same advice to some other people out there. But to Tommy, I would. Daze, JP Ville sent you a beautiful message, but you're too busy talking about my girlfriends. Are you flirting with her? No, I haven't, because I've heard she's actually a really awful person. Did you see what was put on social media? And I didn't type this. Hang on, let me see if I can find it. This was actually put up by one of our admins that work for the Wrestling Escape Pod. I don't know if you saw it or not. Let's just go over to here. We are at commercial break, by the way. It says, guys, bad news. Triple T's girlfriend was arrested last night for indecent exposure. Apparently, she stripped and stood naked outside the entrance to a pet rescue. Every time someone tried to arrive and adopt a kitten, she tried to get them to adopt her instead. There is no show tonight as a result. I was horrified when I got told about that news. But I didn't write that, by the way. It was the admin on the Wrestling Escape Pod that wrote that out. And apparently it is a true story as well. So, yeah, I don't know. Perhaps that ties in with the whole choker thing. But that is why I was under the impression there was no stream on Tuesday. Yeah, look, there's Sunny saying, oh my goodness. And look, they responded, whoever this was, were all shocked and disappointed. She seemed like such a lovely girl. So, you know, that's wild though, isn't it? Like, not only is she, like, stripped naked and stood outside a building where there's going to be, like, you know, people coming, but, like, she's trying to actively stop people adopting pets, like animals in need, asking that they adopt her instead, even though she's in a loving relationship. I think that's pretty dark, to be honest. I mean, I don't want to speak out of term, but, you know, I think that's pretty dark stuff. So, yeah, I don't know, Tommy, what's going on in your relationship. I hope it all gets sorted. But stick with the demand, and hopefully you can get back to you know, a better place, a more loving place. Right, we are back to talking of getting back to a more loving place. We are back to the warm embrace of SmackDown. JP Ville said, Daze, I'm sorry I've not been around. I've been getting my life together. I just wanted to let you know that my streams have got me through a rough patch. Well, JP Ville, thank you. I know that I've given JP Ville some really great relationship advice in the past, and I think that's really helped JP Ville. So, again, Tommy, I think you can take my advice with a lot of confidence, because there's testimonies coming in that I've helped other people. So, just saying. But JP Ville, shout out to you, buds. Good to see you back around again. Hey, listen, getting our lives in order is something we have to do on a regular basis. Just little tweaks here and there. Sometimes there's big tweaks that need to be made. Sometimes relationships come to an end, you know? Just saying. Nice drop kick there by Dawkins. JPville, shout out to you. We've got Zach saying MJF. Cynthia said, Daze, hope you're doing well. I don't know if it's true, but I heard somewhere that Jacob was put in as a spy for Roman to see how power hungry Solo has become. Like I said, I don't know if it's true. Well, shout out to you, my friends. Nice top rope kick there by Montez. I've not seen anything on that personally. I've not seen anything that is coming from, like, you know, Wrestle Votes or anything. I think it's probably one of those fan theories. It's one that I'm not crazy about personally, only because I think the new bloodline is actually quite weak. And really the only thing that gives them credibility is Jacob. I sort of feel like most of them get, like, Tama Tonga, Tonga Loa get beaten up quite often. It's only Jacob that's really a problem. So if it turns out he's working with Roman and then he joins Roman, I just think the new bloodline are screwed. I mean, there's just not really anything there that I think is going to be a challenge. At least now Jacob's there and you go, oh, you might run through Tama Tonga, you might run through Tonga Loa, you might even get the better of Solo, but at some point you're still going to have to deal with Jacob. So if he turns out to be a secret agent and he ends up joining Roman, I just think it's so lopsided. I just think, like, the new bloodline's dead. So I have seen that theory. I'm kind of hoping it doesn't go that way because I just think it makes it a bit too one-sided. But we'll see. Is it a little switcheroo? Is it a little swerve that they could pull on us? So, Cynthia, I hope you are well, my friend. Hope you're enjoying the show as we get a splash there by KO. James said Daze is married to his right hand and he goes out with his mistress, the left hands. I am very handy. Here we go. We got Kevin Cannonball into the corner. King Yeti said, I'm having trouble with your hand, Tommy. I'm sorry to hear it. Oh. Boom. No, we believe she's actually real because we did hear a slight female voice. So we do think there is like someone there. Oh, all of this plays out on the Wrestling Escape Pod. I know many people will be new to this drama, but on a Tuesday we tend to dig into this. And I don't know. She comes across like she's a pretty awful person, but she might be nice. I don't really know her, to be honest. Only the rumours that are kind of doing the rounds, you know. They need the cell where Taker and HBK had, says AB Jobson. Stone Cold Fella said, Cynthia, I'm the spy. Tommy said it'll be this Sunday. You are correct. Normally on a Tuesday, but we're really going to get into the meat of the topic on Sunday. And I've got a good story. And I think Tommy, I heard on his stream say he had a good story. Boom. Nice superplex there by Kevin. So it's been, like, very dramatic, this. We want Roman and Cody, said Shyamel. Pin is there by Kevin, but Tonga Loa grabs Kevin by the leg, tries to pull him out the ring. We're getting to the dramatic final 5. Kevin getting up to his feet. Is waiting for Tama to get up to his feet. Crowd are on their feet. Crowd are into this, you know. Kick coming in. Yeah, crowd are chanting, this is awesome. Kick coming in. Boom! Stunner! Not a bad little sell. 1, 2, and he's dragged out the ring there by Tonga Loa. There's Dawkins. Oh, I think we've got a DQ here. Against the ropes goes Montez on top of Jacob. Yeah, look at the pose. Let's go. Let's go. Montez on the commentary table. Crowds are jumping around, celebrating. They were really into that. Well, I believe it's going to be a DQ win for the baby faces. Jacob is getting into it with Dawkins. Dawkins, oh, into the timekeeper's area. So right now we've got a big brawl. We've got Montez with Tama. Tonga Loa, actually. Big shot coming in. There's Jacob. Tama's over by the barricades. Feels like Bloodline are getting the advantage here. Again, face first into the ring steps. Crowd are chanting. This is not looking good for Kevin Owens. Kevin Owens being dealt with by Jacob, Tama, Tonga Loa. Is this going to change his mind? I think he was probably against this. But if he's getting smashed, he might sort of understand why Cody is doing what he's doing. Well, he didn't end up going through that table. Right now, we've got Montez. He gets planted in the ring. Here's Jacob. Big splash there by Jacob. Here we go. Bloodline might have lost the match, but they're winning the war. Daze, are you really married? I am. So, Hack Duggan. To all of you. It's been an 8-year marriage. And one of us has been really satisfied. And one of us has hated it. I was satisfied. You lot hated it. Right, triple power bomb. I enjoyed the grand arrival of Joshua and Dubois this past week, said Amin. Here we go. Look, they're going to look to... Oh, here's DIY. Hobbling down. The bells. The bells. So they've made their way down, but now they're getting murked. Jacob murks Johnny. Super kick there to Tommaso. Boom! Johnny gets super kicked as well. Who else can we send down? Jacob's just going to murk everyone. Yes! There's literally only one man that can stop Jacob. And that is Ricky. Boom! Into the edge of the ring goes Kevin. Boom! And again. Everyone's getting murked. You're getting murked. You're getting murked. You're getting murked. Who else can we send down? Kicks coming in. Oh, splash there by Tama. Bloodline are sending a message. So, we need Ricky, said Deadman Talking. Jacob Fatu is a beast, said Lisa. Okay, here we go. Who's coming down? Cody! Cody's there! Cody's there! Wow! Where's he been? Where's he been? Cody getting into the ring with Jacob. Cody and Jacob. Cody and Jacob. Cody and Jacob. Duck underneath by Cody. Cody connects. Cody connects. Cody and Jacob. This is not a drill. Yes. Oh my God. Kevin Owens with a chair. Kevin Owens with a chair. Kevin Owens with a chair. Oh, he's not putting it down. He's not putting it down. They're just teasing it, aren't they? Are they? Are they? Is it a tease? Is he waiting for him to turn around? Cody looks at Kevin and the chair is thrown away. That was done really well. That was done really well. That was done really well. Look, Cody's come out. He puts his hand out. Are they going to hug? Is he going to walk past him? Is he shaking his hands? Pats him on the back. There is a little embrace here, but all doesn't seem well, does it? All doesn't seem well. Hey, look, we've got executive producer Paul Levesque. Oh, he's picked that chair up again, isn't he? They do love the little trademark thing being in the corner and then doing stuff, but it doesn't go that way this week. Ooh, what an ending, eh? What an That was good. The beatdown went on quite a while, but it was nice when Cody came down. That was nice. I enjoyed that. Okay, ending on a high. Not bad. Thanks, everyone. Did the Bloodline win? No, I think it was DQ, wasn't it? Didn't they get disqualified for being naughty? Because they, like, Tongaloa grabbed Kevin and pulled him out the ring, and the ref was like, oh, I'm not having this. That's too far. Ring the bell. So, ding, ding, ding. Cody was leaving the field. That's why he was like, oh, that was live. Didn't realise. Perhaps he had a little snooze on his bus and he woke up and he was like, oh my god, I should so be out there for Kevin. AEW is better because John Moxley said ha-hone. This is why Cody has to with Roman said this. I'm gonna watch Aoife. I don't know what Aoife is. Brandon said it was 10 out of 10. Dakota said Zilla, Jimmy, Roman, Jay, Roman, and Dean Ambrose. I don't think you're getting Dean Ambrose, but no Roman in person, said Amethyst Pieces. No. That tease was crazy, said Tatum. Stone Cold Fella, shout out to you, my friends. Spartan said, what about the rescheduled members quiz? Looking at Sunday for that. So yeah, my plan was to do members and WEP on Thursday. But as I was out, it was becoming very apparent that I was not going to make it back in time. So as a result, well, it looks like WEP's now Sunday, which is good. I'm totally free. So I'll fit the member stream in whenever the WEP is. Really, it's up to Tommy what time the WEP is. I mean, I'm guessing usual time, but it might not be. So once I've got clarity on WEP, I will get clarity on members. Yes. I did about 8 free tarot readings, and I tried to do some paid ones. I've got some new Oracle decks in the mail, said Sonny. Well, very good, Sonny. Very good. I think that's what people will appreciate, is it's not really for everyone, that kind of stuff. I think, like, if you're into that, you're into it. If not, you're probably not. But it is interesting when you get, like, a taste of it, you know? Sonny did a reading for me, was it, in the other stream, and it was just a 1-card reading, and it came back with the Judgment cards, which I think now means I'm a member of Judgment Day, but I can't remember what that meant. It meant something like you're being judged and it's not your fault or something. I don't know, but either way, I thought it was interesting, and I was kind of like, I think people would enjoy this if they actually did it. So Sonny's dishing out a few free ones if anyone's interested. And then, of course, if you want to dig a bit deeper, then, of course, you can put some silver in her palm and she will go a little bit deeper, a little bit further with her readings. But, yeah, I thought it was quite good. So I think you're on the right path, Sonny, honestly. I think, like, it's one of those where people probably aren't that fussed by it, because I think if you're into it, you're into it. Most people probably aren't. But once you've, like, had a free reading, you're like, oh, that's interesting. That fits. I mean, I don't know how mine fits, but, like, that fits here or whatever. And you might want to go a little bit further, so. Lovely, lovely. How dare you go out and have a life for once, said James. Well, honestly, James, I wouldn't even have dared do that if it wasn't my parents that were, like, the ones that asked. I personally would not go to Bob Marley tribute night, 'cause there's quite a few of those that happen in the world, and I've never been to one before. But my dad loves reggae. He loves reggae. He loves reggae. He loves soul. So soul and reggae, like, if it was a Motown night, he would love it. If it was a reggae night, he would love it. It was a Bob Marley night, so he's loved it. So it's very, very, very rare for, like, you know, us as a family to kind of go out with my brother as well. And so we ended up going. I do have a very good story, though, to do with going out. Because it was like a theatre. It was quite a nice theatre, actually. It was in this like smallish theatre, but it was still a theatre, and it had still lovely designs and everything. And there was a situation that I found myself in that I've got a good story about, so we'll save that for Sunday. But yeah, it was one of those where I could see that it was getting later and later and later. I said, didn't I, when I did that Wyatt 6 video, I'm literally about to run out the door. That was not a lie. That was not, I was actually late leaving because of doing that Wyatt 6 video. So that's where I was going. And so I ended up going there. And it was good. The band were good. They were really good, actually. But I'd much rather be here with you guys, you know. I've got Stockholm Syndrome now. Like, if I'm out, I'm just like thinking about, oh, I bet the Wyatt 6 are tweeting. I bet there's some big stuff going down that I'm not there for. And you kind of have that bit of FOMO when you're out now, where you're like, you fear that you're missing out on big news. I bet Triple H has resigned, you know, because that'd be sod's law, wouldn't it? I'll go out to watch like a tribute act, and that'll be the night where flipping Triple H calls it quits. And then it's announced that Tony Khan's taken over, and I'm sat there going, you know, no woman, no cry. No woman, no cry. And everyone's going, Daze, oh my God! Triple H has gone, Tony Khan's took over. We're jamming. Redemption song, all I ever am. Yeah, come on everyone. Redemption song. Oh, I love this one. Peace and love, everyone. Peace and love, yeah. And then like 3 hours later I get to my phone, it's like so I just can't have a life anymore because my brain's just constantly like, what's happening? I bet something's happening. You know something's happening. You know that you should be at your computer right now, don't you? Oh, you thought you'd have some fun, did you? Oh, yeah, you'll regret that. But I tell you what I didn't regret, and that was spending this time with all of you. So, Felix, shout out to you, said, my mum loves your voice. Daze, say hello. Felix, most women do. Most women do, Felix. It's a cross that I have to bear. It's just one of those things. So shout out to your mom. Shout out to all the moms out there. Yeah, all of them. I love you all. Thanks a lot for watching. Appreciate the support, my friends. I'm going to run away and work on Unseen. And don't forget, we're back tomorrow for a pretty big boxing stream. But if that is not your bag, yeah, we got the Wrestling Escape Pod on Sunday. There will be an Unseen on Sunday as well. But we will be back on Monday for the next wrestling stream, which is going to be Monday Night Raw. Awesome. Thanks for watching. Bye for now.